Assalamualaikum dan selamat datang kepada anda semua. Selamat pagi. Seperti biasa, kita berada di Sepang International Circuit untuk musim yang pertama perlumbaan Malaysian Superbike Championship. Hai Daniel, selamat
Hi
pagi.
Nasha, good morning. Assalamualaikum everyone, especially, and yes, round 1 of the Malaysian Superbike Championship 2022. Morning, dah bangun?
Saja je.
Yeah.
Nak bagi
Testing
testing nak tengok kita punya Daniel dah bangun ke, penonton kita kat sana dah bangun ke. Kita nak bagi tahu yang hari ni kita ada apa Daniel?
Kita ada race 2 dengan race 3 untuk semua kategori, tapi kategori 1 make Y16 ada hanya satu lagi race.
Yep, sebab
So,
dia
dia
ada
ada
dua perlumbaan sahaja.
That's right. Just 2 races for the weekend, everyone else 3 races. Penat juga.
Tapi Daniel semalam macam mana Daniel tengok? Semua kategori macam mana?
250, amazing battle. Unfortunate to Irfan Haikal at the end, just pushing to the limit and lost it. MSBK 1000, Kasma Daniel dominant. No challenge at all. Dia dari mula sampai hujung race, no one can touch him.
Okey, lagi satu. Y16.
Oh,
Crazy.
unbelievable. I've never seen a race like that. 20 riders in one big group all fighting for the win. And tiba-tiba out of nowhere, Adi Putra.
Yep.
Tiba sampai ke depan.
Mungkin badan dia kecil, cepat sampai kot.
Maybe. It's amazing to see what happened.
Sebab kalau kita tengok Lita Sepang ni berbadan kecil memang punya advantage lah.
That's true.
Tapi apa-apa pun nak menang dalam satu perlumbaan bukan mudah. Jadi hari ni mungkin lagi hangat, lagi hebat dan kita harapkan cuaca dalam keadaan baik sampai petang.
That's
so,
right.
kepada korang semua boleh stay tengok Facebook live, korang boleh tengok YouTube live, korang boleh tengok live dekat mana lagi Daniel?
Astro on the Go and Suka app as well. That's right.
Jadi semua kami akan bawakan khas untuk anda semua peminat MSBK guys.
That's right.
So apa tunggu lagi? Yang berdekatan boleh datang masuk percuma. So
Betul. Fill up the stands. We have a beautiful stand here. You guys can witness the action from this side or that side. Beautiful views for you guys to watch everything that happens. And there's always battles. In the 250 we saw a huge battle. Y16, we don't need to say more. That's 20 bikes fighting for a win. You'll be missing out if you don't come.
Alright, apa-apa pun nanti kita jumpa balik sebab mereka akan
But before that, I want to give some information for those who are not sure about the MSBK 1000 A and B, for example. So the info that I have is the points that they will collect is from race 1, 2 and 3, they'll collect the points, and overall from all 3 races, the champion for the weekend warrior will be given. But at the same time, they will collect points for the end of the season as well. So it's an interesting mix, so they can fight for 2 things actually throughout the whole season. And so that's exactly the information that we got. So stay tuned for the B battle because we saw some interesting fights as well. We saw Teo Yujo who was leading, and unfortunately for him, in the last couple of laps, he went out. So interesting fights that we have this weekend.
Jadi apa-apa pun korang kena stay update. Tengok setiap kali kita update di Facebook, Instagram. Apa-apa pun kita akan bawa khas untuk anda semua. Jadi kita akan tengok dulu sesi pagi ni, warm up pagi sebelum kita akan lihat perlumbaan kedua dan juga perlumbaan yang ketiga petang nanti.
That's right. We'll catch you guys later. morning, selamat pagi, and welcome back to the action for the MSBK 2022 season, round 1 at the Sepang International Circuit. Yesterday we had plenty of action, plenty of exciting racing, and even on Friday we had some interesting notes to take pass of in regards to time and what the riders have expected coming into this weekend. Yesterday, of course, the star performers are all three of the SIC racing team, but it was heartbreak for the likes of Muhammad Irfan Haikal. He was constantly pushing. He had the pace, but right at the end, it was really unfortunate for him. He did not manage to keep his bike on two wheels. Nevertheless, he has 2 races today to make amends, and he will definitely try his best to make his way at the front once again. And speaking of which, there he is, Irfan Haikal from the Bunsu Honda racing team. What can we say about this young lad? He has an unbelievable pace, even all throughout free practice, in qualifying, and even in the race. His lap times were absolutely exceptional. I can just find his actual race time. He nearly went sub 2-minute 30s when he did a 2-minute 30.055. The only one closest to him was the likes of Emil Itzhar and Farish Hafi. They both did a 230.7 and 230.8 respectfully. For now, the Honda CBR 250RR looking very strong, and there we have two of the SIC racing team riders. We saw the teamwork that was being implemented in yesterday's race, and we saw the interesting thing where it seemed that Farish Hafi just had that extra hit edge over his teammates, and what really brought Faris Putra and Emil Itzhar closer was the dive that Irfan Haikal tried to do, and it just brought everyone all bunched up all the way until the second to last turn. And it was an absolutely exciting race that we witnessed. For now, it's just a 10-minute warm-up session in the morning for these young riders. And there's only less than 6 minutes left, so really not much time to make many adjustments. They can try slight few different things, but it's mainly just to warm up the body, understand the track conditions for the morning session. After all, there are 2 races for them to compete in today. For the 250 class, we'll have a race at 10:40 a.m. That's an 8-lap race, and they'll have their second race of the day, 3rd race of the weekend, at 2:05 in the afternoon. Now it's 15 turns of the Sepang International Circuit. We'll have 3 rounds of the MSBK season this year, 3 exciting rounds. 3 rounds definitely to bring plenty of drama like we witnessed yesterday. For now, we're looking at Faris Putra and Emil Itzhar. So far, looking good through the sector times is Emil Itzhar and Faris Putra as well, actually. Both of them trading sector times nearly. And you can see the different lines that both riders are taking. One thing I noticed that was very interesting in the race especially, all 3 of the SIC racing team riders were using very different lines at turn 15, and it's something that myself and Harmy mentioned yesterday, where these riders will choose different exits because the turn 15 is very tricky. It easily catches riders off guard, and it's so easy to lose the front tire grip. And even on the exit, right there was Faris Putra. But yeah, it's very easy to lose grip, especially on the exit, because of the camber of that turn. So yeah, Emil Itzhar, he's just going a bit wide. Perhaps he wants to just take a slow down in the next few turns. Here we're looking at Muhammad Zul Husni. He's of the 250 MSBK 250B class. So the interesting thing about the MSBK 250B, they'll have their points reset coming into round 2. So yeah, for the MSBK 250B category, they'll be fighting for this weekend in their points catch up. But in round 2, it is back to 0 for them. So they'll be fighting for a new weekend warrior every time round, instead of fighting for an overall throughout the season. For now, we're looking at Patil Ashish. Patil had a decent run yesterday.
the race. He finished 5th overall, and that was a decent showing for him. He did his fastest lap of a 2:39.665. So the United Crown Motorsports India team rider is doing a decent job collecting valuable points in yesterday's race. So he'll be looking to capitalize on that. He wasn't too far from the likes of Muhammad Zaki Nakiuddin. Muhammad Zaki, he just seemed to have that extra edge when it came to lap times, and even especially in top speeds. Muhammad Zaki Nakiuddin, he did a 181.2 kilometers per hour. Patel's bike only managed 166.9, so that is quite the big factor of difference. So perhaps some tuning adjustments need to be made in the future for Patel Ashish, but for now he's doing a decent job on the Kawasaki Ninja 250. Top 5 finish is a good result anytime at all. But for now, Faris Hafi, he is doing some really good sector times. I think he's going to be well within what we saw in race pace wise, because previously they were doing in the 234s, 235s in the warm-up session so far. So let's see if he comes across the line. But for now, we follow Patel Ashish. He just set a previous lap just now of a 2:47, so that was his first out lap. So we can expect that time to be significantly lower as he comes across. Faris Shafi, he's just come across the line now with a 2:32.3. So he's the only rider with a 2:32 in this section so far. Ashish comes across another 2:45 for him, so not exactly as fast as he was yesterday. Looks like he's already on a slowdown lap. Now here comes Irfan Haikal, the big talking point of yesterday's race for the 250cc class. Now in the order, we're looking at Saidato Zakira, who will be in front of Irfan Haikal currently. There it is. Saidato Zakira not doing too bad for her in the BTEC racing team. She was the fastest of her 3 teammates, 9th overall, and in her class she did not do badly at all. So it has been an improving ride for her this weekend. A 2:49 her fastest lap time so far. So it'll be interesting to see how she progresses throughout the next 2 races and for the next round. For now, we follow the young rider from the Bunsiu Honda racing team, Muhammad Irfan Haikal. He hasn't had the best lap time so far, 2:34 from him, but perhaps he's just really trying to take it easy after yesterday's near crashes and the actual crash that happened on the last lap. So he's just trying to find his footings. He's got the fastest first sector time, so there should be a decent lap time coming in from Irfan Haikal. Irfan, of course, he's been a really good talent. We've seen him in the Petronas Malaysia Cup Pre-Championship, where he was really exceptional in bringing the fight to the front. We can expect big things from this young man aboard the Honda machinery. Just saw one of the MSBK 250B riders there. That was the likes of Muhammad Fauzi Hassan. He's done a lap time of 2:47. Yesterday, Muhammad Fauzi, he did the fastest of 2:46.382. And a pretty good battle actually with Ahmad Faris Zafri. Apologies. Yesterday in yesterday's race, sorry, Muhammad Fauzi, he did a 2:42.3, and he just beat Ahmad Faris Zafri at the last few laps. They were having a good battle midway through the race, but right at the end, it seemed that Muhammad Fauzi Hassan, he just had that extra edge. So it was a bit of a different story compared to qualifying. Qualifying is yesterday's story, and for now, the checker flag has come out for the MSBK 250 warm-up, and we are following Muhammad Irfan Haikal. He's had a really good first sector, but second sector was really quite disappointing for him. Third sector, decent, so I think this is going to be somewhere in the 2:33s at the most, at the least, apologies. And just watching him as he comes across now. He will take the checker flag on when he passes the start-finish line. Comes across now, it's a 2:33.0 for Irfan Haikal. So he's second fastest in this warm-up session. Not a bad time at all, but we know that he is capable of nearly below 2:30s, and it's actually quite a possibility that we might find a 2:29 in this race later on in the morning, because the conditions should be ideal and it should be able to facilitate such a lap time. For now, the weather is dry, nice and fair. And let's see what the weather will bring for us, because in the Sepang International Circuit, we never know what the weather has in store for us. For now, these are the results for the MSBK 250 warm-up session. Mohammad Farish Hafi, Farid Sesli, Irfan Haikal in second, Emil Itzhar, Faris Putra third and fourth, Mohammad Zakir Nakiuddin, he's in fifth, sixth is Patel Ashish, seventh Mohammad Fauzi Hassan, eighth is Saidatul Zakira, ninth is Siti Nur Shafia, 10th and 11th and 12th is Mohammad Zul Husni, Ahmad Faris Zafri, and Mohammad Nur Haikal, who did not set a time in the warm-up session. So that's the conclusion of the MSBK 250 warm-up session. After this, we will take a short break and we will have the MSBK 600 warm-up session. So a little bit of time for you guys to get your breakfast and sit down and join us for the MSBK 600 and MSBK 1000 warm-up session. Welcome back to the second of the warm-up sessions. We have the MSBK 600 category out on track right now. So this is 2 out of 4 warm-up sessions. After this, we'll have the MSBK 1015 minute warm-up session. And then we'll follow with the last of the warm-ups, Yamaha Y16ZR Race Masterclass warm-up session. That will be a quick 10-minute session before we progress into the second races of the weekend. For now, it's a 15-minute session, 13 minutes left in this. And yesterday, it was a really interesting race. We had 2 battles, one for the victory, one for the final spot on the podium, and what a battle it was. In qualifying, we had an interesting view of what to expect, and honestly, it was exactly how it turned out. The positions were almost identical except for Ibrahim Nordin at the end of race 1, able just to beat his teammate Sharfuddin Azman at the end and make it onto the podium spots. Khairul Idampawi, what a performance it was from Idampawi. straight to the front to battle with Azrar Hakim Anwar. He waited for the right moment and he made an absolutely spectacular maneuver at turn 15. And it was quite the race from him. But the SIC Racing team doing a decent job yesterday. We saw Dino Shami, who improved his lap times and didn't get gapped that far. And early on, we thought that the Hondas were just able to get that edge. And Sharifuddin Azman, he looked really, really strong at the start, but he was just unable to keep his pace all the way till the end. Nazrul Izzat as well, he didn't have a bad race at all. He wasn't too far behind. His lap times did manage in the 2:14s, but it seems that the Yamahas were just unable to keep up with the pace of the rest. And then we have Nazrul Izzat himself, number 87 from the Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team ASEAN. They'll be hoping for just a little bit more this weekend, especially with 2 races today. There's plenty to be fought for, plenty of points up for grabs. Now for Nazrul Izzat, Idham Pawi, he's just come across Sector 1 with one of the fastest sector times of the session. Ibrahim Nordin has just come across it with an even faster sector time, so expect some really fast times coming in early on already. So it'll be a good session for them to test out some new setups, perhaps different suspension or tuning setups for the riders, such as the SSC riders and the Yamahas especially, to find that extra edge on the Hondas. Interestingly enough, when it came to the race situation, we saw that there was a decent chunk of gap between the Hondas and the rest initially, but it started to close down as the race progressed to the end. Perhaps some riders were saving the tires, but by that time the Hondas were just miles away. The gap between the 2 Bunsu riders and Ibrahim Nordin was a gap of 4 seconds. It was really unfortunate for Sharifuddin Azman at the end of the race to not be able to make it around turn 15. He just had an unfortunate spill. But he was fighting with his compatriot Ibrahim Nordin. Azrar Hakim Anwar, he's just come across it. We were looking at the likes of Ibrahim Nordin earlier on, and as well as Idham Pawi, but Idham Pawi just couldn't match his teammates' time. Azrar, who just had a blisteringly fast sector 3 and 4. A 2-minute 11.933 from Azrar. Just looking out for Ibrahim Nordin's time because he's still in a hot lap, and he comes across now, and it is the fastest time of the session already. On his first flying lap, a 2:11.582. In comparison, it's slightly slower than his best time of yesterday's race, but nevertheless a very good lap time from Ibrahim Nordin early on. There we have Ayman Tauridin, who's just come across for his first flying lap. Looks like he must have made a mistake somewhere around the 3rd sector because it's a 2:20 for him. Here is Idham Pawi, 2:12.1. He's done a really good 2nd sector, but Ibrahim Nordin faster again in sector 1. So I think what we can expect is Ibrahim to really come in stronger early on in the race, and he's going to try and keep up the pace with the Hondas or try to pull away. We've seen him do very similar back in the past. A quick look back there from Idham Pawi at Sharifuddin Azman. He was on a really good lap, so I'm wondering whether that would have slowed Idham Pawi slightly. We're following Kip and Sharifuddin Azman. Azrar as well, he's lashed himself to the back of this duo now, so it's a group of 3. Sharifuddin Azman looking slightly stronger. There we go, but a nearly racing maneuver there from Sharifuddin Azman. A bit of a backfire in the face of Idham Pawi as well. Just looking at the second time for the SIC rider. He's looking on a decent lap. I don't think he's going to put him at the top for now. One thing that's spectacular to see in the downshifts of the Kawasaki is the backfires that come out of these bikes. It's absolutely massive, and it's quite a sight. Kip there using all the room he has on the track. Sharifuddin Azman, he does push himself up a few positions. He's up into 4th now with a 2-minute 12.154. And a really good time just came in from Nazrul Izzat. That's the fastest time he's had all weekend, a 2:12.885. So the Yamaha is starting to look really strong now under the hands of Nazrul Izzat. So it looks like we might have an even bigger battle than what we saw in yesterday's race 1. So this is starting to line up as a really exciting setup for the race later on this afternoon. There's Ibrahim Nordin and the likes of Daniel Shami. Daniel Shami as well, 2:12.8 for him. Daniel Shami in yesterday's race as well, he improved so much more over qualifying and the free practice. He did 2:11.4 in the race, and you can see that the race just gave them that extra confidence for those who were lacking it, and they managed to just find that extra few tenths that they need. So if they can keep this pace, on from early in the session, this should be a really enticing battle, because for now the top 6 of this category in the warm-up are gapped by just a second, and we know that in a race situation that could mean barely anything, because these riders will be battling through slipstreams, late braking, early exits. You can see there how Ibrahim is just playing that wider line as he comes out of turn 8 and into turn 9. Very different riding styles from Ibrahim and Daniel Shami. Daniel Shami, very smooth, calm and composed, and Ibrahim just with that little extra aggression with the rear tire just kicking out ever so slightly. Now just 6 minutes left in this session. We're still following the 2 SIC Racing Team riders. Ibrahim, he's just pulling that little gap between himself and his teammate Daniel Shami. And Ibrahim's on a really good lap once again. At 2:11.5 is the fastest he's done so far. And here's the trio we saw earlier. Azra, he's found himself at the front of them. Behind him is his teammate Pawi, and behind the pair of them is Sharifuddin Azman, who will be looking to capitalize on his position. Sharifuddin Azman, a really good ride from him yesterday, but really just unfortunate at the end of that. And Ibrahim Nordin, he's come across, and Daniel Shami, he's gone second fastest. Ibrahim Nordin's gone fastest for the session at 2:11.2, but Daniel Shami looking very strong in the warm-up. There's Nazrul Izzat, who's looking good as well. He's found himself behind the trio, so at 2:12.8 is the fastest he's done in the session. At 2:12.9 was his fastest in the race, so he's improving non-stop. Ayman Taridin's just come across as well, at 2:15.9 from him, so he's needing another 2 or 3 seconds more to be found to find himself in this battle for the top 6. And there's Nazrul Izzat, number 87. Kip is on a really fast lap. He's just done a really good first and second sector, so we're expecting somewhere in the times of 2:11 lows, or even perhaps a 2:10 once again. Ooh, a bit of a kick there from the rear tire of Nazrul Izzat's Yamaha R6. Now we've seen the Yamaha R6, it's a very strong bike, but I think there's still some adjustments needed to be made for the riders. They need to find that extra little bit to fight the Hondas, because the Hondas, we were talking about how they used to be struggling a little bit in comparison to the Kawasaki's and the Yamahas, but they found that extra recipe, that extra ingredient to keep them up at the front, and it's proven very well. We've seen it last season and we're seeing it this season once again. They are the manufacturers to beat. Now here's Nazrul Izzat as he takes turn 15. We had the 3 riders, Azroy, Kip, and Sharifuddin Azman in front of him just now, so they'll be coming across anytime now. And there we go. Kip with a 2:10.8. Azroy Hakim Anwar at 2:11.1, so really fast times coming through. Sharifuddin Azman as well set his fastest of the warm-up at 2:11.3. Nazrul Izzat, when he came across, he did a 2:12.9, so he's consistent in the upper 2:12s, but he's just unable to find those lower 12s or perhaps even the higher 2:11s. For now, the top 4 of this warm-up are gapped by only 0.5 seconds. The top 5, Daniel Shami running them off. He's a second off Kip's time. And for now, it's the 2 Hondas riding in tandem once again. We saw this in the race, we saw this in qualifying, and it seems to be working very, very well for them. Now, of course, last season we did see 3 of these riders, including Helmi Asman, but Helmi Asman and Zakwan Zaidi, they are out in Japan right now practicing for the Suzuka 4 hours race. So best of wishes and good luck to the two Honda riders. We hope to see them do great things in the Suzuka 4 hours endurance race. For now, the focus is on his two teammates here, Khairul Idampawi and Azra Hakim Anwar, who are really dicing it out. We saw them dicing it out in the race, and once again now in warm-up, so-called pushing each other to each other's limits to get that better time. But feeding off this seems to be Sharfid and Azman. He's on an improving lap. He's improved through Sector 1 and Sector 2 and Sector 3 as well. So this should be a good lap from Sharfid and Azman. Perhaps a lower 211 or a high 210s. If he can find a 10, he'll definitely be second fastest in this warm-up session. They will still have one more lap after this though, because there's still about a minute and a half left in the session. Into turn 15, this was a controversial spot that we saw at the last lap of the race. You can see once again, very different line that Kip and Azra are using. Azra Kamanwar fastest in the last sector out of nowhere. He improves to a 211.1. Sharfid and Azman, he finds more pace at 211.1 for him as well. So that puts him up into third. So really good pace coming through for all the riders in the top 6 currently. Nazir Izzat, he's also come across on that previous lap with a 213.1. So once again, he's just in that higher 212s and lower 213s. He needs to find a little bit extra. But for now, the top 4 all have improved, and it's a 0.4 second gap between the top 4. And between second to fourth, the gap is less than 0.1.5 seconds, so really close between the 3 of them. For now, Daniel Shami, he's done decent as well, 211.9 so far in the session. Puts him just 1.1 seconds off Khairul Idampawi's time. And speaking of Kip, he's just raised his hand there, so I think this will be the end of his session. He will not push on for another lap. But Sharfid and Azman, he's still on a charge. Azra Hakim Anwar as well, he's still pushing for it. Sharfid and Azman, he's just taking a good look behind there, trying to see where Kip's gone. Great view there of turn 9 as Sharfid and Azman makes his way up into turn 10. You can see that the rear tire just kicking out ever so slightly. He's just, oh, a beautiful shot of the backfire there, and hand gesture there between Sharfid and Azman and Azra, wondering what's going on there, whether Azra was perhaps in his way, and maybe some displeasure. That is, of course, it's just some speculation. We didn't get the greatest of angles there, but that will be the conclusion of this warm-up session. I think everyone's either in the pits or just on their cool-down lap. It's a bit unfortunate. I was hoping to see someone else break into the 2-minute 10s, but for now that looks like this is all that the book has to tell. Checker flag is out, and these riders will go back to the pits, and we will have the conclusion of the MSBK 600 warm-up session. We'll have the provisional results up on your screens shortly, but don't go anywhere because we still have 2 more exciting categories coming up ahead. The MSBK 1000 warm-up session, 15 minutes of that, and the Yamaha Y16ZR Race Masterclass. That's definitely going to be an interesting warm-up and an even more interesting warm-up, interesting race, apologies, when it comes to the evening later on at 4:20. 6 laps of that. That's going to be something that really keeps us on the edges of our chairs. But for now, these are the results, and ooh, oh dear, I see some rain clouds already over turn 9. That's going to be very interesting because not much longer we will have the races for race 2 coming up ahead. But for now, these are the results for the MSBK 600 warm-up. Kip once again blitzing the pack with a 210.8. Azra Hakim Anwar, his teammate, in second. Sharfid and Azman in third. Ibrahim Noureddin fourth. Fifth is Daniel Shami. Sixth, Nasrul Izzat. Seventh, Sharul Izwan. Eighth is Muhammad Aiman Tahiruddin. And coming in ninth, completing 9 riders on the grid, is Ulas Santrupt Nanda. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. After this, we'll have the MSBK 1000 warm-up session, and we will see you guys in a bit. You join us back once again for the action with the MSBK 1000 warm-up session. It's a 15-minute warm-up session, but just 12 minutes remain now. And we're looking at Raja Nazim Iskandar, who had a decent outing yesterday. It was quite the battle between the MSBK 1000B group. It's a heartbreak as well for Teo Yu Jo, who had a decent lead in the race, but it was just unfortunate at turn 1 to have a bit of a spill. Front tire losing grip for him there. And now we're looking at Osama Mariai, who also had a really unfortunate tumble, but it was at turn 9 for him. Just lost the front grip, so the drama continues in the MSBK 1000 category. He'll be hoping to pick up valuable points in both the races this Sunday. Here following Osama Mariai, who is aboard that Yamaha YZF R1. The only rider from Yemen in the Malaysia Superbike Championship. He'll be looking to put in a good performance. He had decent lap times coming in yesterday. His fastest one was a 2:16. His consistency was within the higher 2:16s and 17s. Unfortunate for him, but he still managed to get valuable points as he managed to remount on his bike. Finished 10th overall, and in his category he finished 6th. Of course, it was a big help as well because Nick Hadi and Teo Yu Jo did not finish, so it managed to reserve him from finishing in 8th position. We follow him now through turn 10 and 11. Azan Shah Kamar Zaman, he's just come across for his first flying lap at 2 minute 10.7. So as you know, Azan Shah, he needed to find just a little bit more to keep up with Kasma Daniel. But I did have a conversation with Azan Shah, and he did say that it was perhaps the tire choice that hampered his progression a little bit. Yeah, he was running the extra hards and soft tire. I can't remember exactly which one was it, the front or rear that was using the extra hard, but he did say that today it will be a different story. So let's see whether or not he can bring that fight onto Kasma Daniel, who has been just absolutely exceptional all throughout this weekend. But one thing to note though, Kasma Daniel, he did set a 2 minute 7 all throughout Friday and Saturday sessions. But we have seen him do a 2:06.8 or 9, if I remember correctly, last season. So Kasma still plenty to show for. Azan Shah, he's just come across Sector 1 and Sector 2 with his fastest time so far of the session. Ahmad Daniel Haikal, he's done a 2:11.2, so that's a good time coming in from Daniel Haikal. So it matches his best time of the race yesterday, so perhaps a little bit something found. Now, we did see rain clouds in the sky in the picture that we saw earlier on, so we're wondering whether there will be rainfall, but as of now, it is still dry weather. Now, the weather forecast yesterday did say that we are expecting rain for today's races. I will open up the weather forecast on my app just to have a quick look so we can discuss what we can expect as well. We're still following Osama Mariai. And there we have the fastest rider of the session. It's Azan Shah Kamar Zaman. Good sector 1 and 3 from him, very fast. But Kasma Daniel, he's also on the charge. Kasma's looking to put in another low 2:10. Azan Shah, he comes across with a 2:08.894, so that's looking much better for him. 2:08 already. 2 minute 8 seconds, 0.8 for him in the Horizon Racing team. And there we have one of the MSK B riders, the leader for most of the race. It's Teo Yu Jo, and momentarily looking at this, but it was just a Korean on the screen that I was looking at. Gave me a bit of a shock there. For now, it's Teo Yu Jo. He's lapping Kasma Daniel. He's just come across a 2:08.7. 2 minute 8.7 from Kasma Daniel. Comes Kasma Yudin. Fastest through Sector 2 until Sector 4 for the Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team ASEAN rider. He's He's getting a good shot there. That was Michael Luke Stone as well at the bottom. He's improved as well in the races in the race that we had yesterday. He did 2 minutes 20. That was his fastest lap time of the weekend. Looks like Teo Joe, he's just set up right now, so I think that this will be him entering the pits. Tiwi Jin there, and one of the other Suzuki riders. He's making his way around turn 15 now. Tiwi Jin is on the 2:24 in his first flying lap. Yesterday's race, however, he finished 8th overall. He managed a 2:20.285, so it's a decent time for him. 2:23 now as he comes across. Just trying to pull up the weather that we're expecting, and yes, the prediction is rainy weather. Now, if you look at the hourly prediction, it's expected. Well, this is why the weather in Sepang is always hard to predict, because if you look at the weather forecast right now, there's supposed to be 89% chance of rain, but we're not seeing that. We saw rain clouds covering turn 9, turn 10, and 11, but rain has not fallen. And at 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. later, the prediction is for a chance of rain. So weather once again very unpredictable. But for now, we're following Tiwi Jin of the Mobile Loop Suzuki Racing Team. Right now, Cosmo Daniel, he's on a charge as well. He's well on task to make another 207, but I think it's just going to be a low 208 for him. He's come across, it was a 2:19.098 for him on that lap, so perhaps something happened somewhere along the last lap. My goodness, this young lad, Cosma Daniel. I mentioned that I thought it was going to be a low 208, but he's just beaten me to my words. A 207.851 from Cosma Daniel. Once again, showing that he is the only rider capable so far this weekend of a 207. We all know that Azlan Shah has done 207s in the past, but it hasn't really matched up for him yet this weekend. I think perhaps with some adjustments to his bike, he should be able to do that. Rajini Krishnan, he set his fastest lap of the weekend, a 2:12.8. So Rajini Krishnan trying to bring the fight up into Ahmad Daniel Haikal, because that's his closest competitor as of right now. And for now, it looks like Azlan Shah, he set his fastest Sector 2 timing. Kasmai Daniel, he slowed down in Sector 1, so I think that might be the end of his session for the warm-up. Looking back down the order, we're looking at Raja Nazim Iskandar. A 2:24.9 so far is what he's been able to generate. Raja Nazim yesterday in race, he's done a 2:20.9. Qualifying, apologies, he did 2:20.9. Race pace for him, his fastest lap time was as well a 2:19 was what he managed to generate. So it's a good lap time for him. But now we're looking at the two BMW S1000 RR riders, Azlan Shah and Ahmad Daniel Haikal. Both of them scrapping it out at turn 15. I think Azlan Shah, he's on a really decent lap. Daniel Haikal as well, he's on a improving lap by the looks of it. He improved to Sector 3, but not Sector 1 and 2. They come across now. Ahmad Daniel Haikal, his first 2:10 of this weekend, a 2:10.855 for Daniel Haikal. Azlan Shah as well, he improved to a 2:08.5. It looks like he slowed down on this lap. So the majority of the riders improving in the A category. But for now, looking down the order, Osama Mariai, he's done a 2:17. So far, that's not his best time of the weekend, but maybe still a bit shaken and stirred after his crashes. Here's Ahmad Daniel Haikal. We're still following. He's still pushing on for another lap. A decent Sector 1 for him. Kasma Daniel, he's on a charge as well. I think he's somewhere behind the likes of Ahmad Daniel Haikal. It's fastest Sector 1 for him, so he could be well on charge for a 2:06. Because when I said a low 2:08, he just beat me to it. And managed to do a 207. So let's see what Kasper Daniel's capable of. For now, we are following Ahmad Daniel Haikal. Sector 2, not the best from him. Here's Kasper Daniel, Sector 2 again for likewise with Ahmad Daniel Haikal. Not improving, so perhaps just an error that he's made somewhere. For now, still as fast as Sector 1 from Kasper Daniel. Once again, look at the entry into turn 9. He does it in such spectacular fashion. If we saw it in the race as well, he was just sliding in like it was a supermoto ride for him. And just never seen anyone ride into turn 9 like that. It's absolutely amazing to watch Kasper ride. To turn 11, 12, and 13 into 14 now is Kasper Daniel. Fastest Sector 3 came in from him. So let's see what he does. He's just got one more corner on this lap that he's doing, and he will have one more lap if he chooses to push once again, once he crosses the start-finish line. Now comes through turn 15 is Kasper Daniel. Let's see what he does as he comes across. This could be a low 207 or perhaps even a 206 from him. Comes across the line now. I think it's going to be a 7. It is a 207.751. So just improving slightly is Kasper Daniel. I think he's going to push on for one more lap. He comes around turn 1. Yeah, it definitely looks like he's pushing for one more fast lap. I think he's seen on his lap timer that he's done another 207. He's going to try and improve that and do the best time of his weekend. So far coming to the pits has been Aslan Shah, Rajani Krishnan, Osama Mariai, Kuchiyan, TB Jin, Rajan Azim, Michael Lookstone. They have all gone back into the pit. So that will be the end of the session for those riders that I mentioned. For now, it's Kasper Daniel. Daniel Haikal having a good look at Kasper Daniel as he enters into turn 5. That's really the definition of front row seats there. Sector 1, decent from Kasper, but not improving. So he'll need to stitch up Sector 2 really well. But now Kasper Daniel makes it clean through turn 7 and 8. And he goes into turn 9, and not as dramatic as we've seen before. Just as I said it, a bit of a slide there from Kasper. The way he transitions from turn 9 to turn 10, you can see the aggression of the way he flips his bike over. But Sector 2, once again, not his strongest sector. But we're going to look at Sector 3 and 4. That's going to be crucial for him if he wants to improve on this lap. I think he's definitely on task to produce another 207. So perhaps he's trying to find that bit of a faster race pace. Because we saw his race timing, he was doing around the mid 2 minute 8 second bracket, but he was never really in the 207s. He did it once or twice, but it wasn't his race pace as per se. After all, he didn't really need to push that hard because the gap between himself and Aslan Shah was quite significant, so he could play it safe all throughout the 10 laps. For now, here comes Kasper Daniel. He comes across to conclude the warm-up session. It's a 208.2 from him. Now we just wait for any of the other riders. The only other riders out on track right now are Teo Yu Jo, I think as well Nick Hadi and Muhammad Shukri. They haven't come out for this warm-up session. I think I just saw, the likes of Ahmad Daniel Haikal, he's just gone into the pits. So for now, it looks like that concludes the MSBK 1000 warm-up session. And these are the results on your screens right now. Kasper Daniel Kasbayuddin, a 207.751 for him. Aslan Shah Kamar Zaman just managed a 208.5. Ahmad Daniel Haikal, his fastest time of the weekend, a 210.855. Rajani Krishnan as well, he's improved to a 2 minute 12.8. Osama Mariai, 217. Kuchiyan, 221. Teo Yu Jo, 221 as well. TB Jin, 2 minutes 23. Going down the order once again, it's Raja Nazim Iskandar, he managed a 224. Michael Lookstone, 2 minutes 26. And Nick Hadi and Muhammad Shukri, both not setting a time in this warm-up session. So for now, that is the conclusion of the MSBK 1000 warm-up session. After this, we'll have the very exciting category that we saw yesterday, the Yamaha Y16 ZR Race MasterClass warm-up session. Stay tuned, we'll be back right after a short few messages. Welcome back once again to the last warm-up session of our morning in the Malaysia Superbike Championship 2022 season, round 1 and day 3 of round 1. So this is the last warm-up session. After this, we will have the start of the exciting part of the weekend, the second race for MSBK 250, the MSBK 600 and the MSBK 1000 category. And after a short lunch break, we will resume with race 3 for the MSBK 250, 600 and 1000, and the second race for the category on your screens right now, the Yamaha Y16 ZR Race Masterclass. So these young riders, well, not all of them are young riders, we have some of the big names as well in this category. They will have quite a significant break after this, about more or less nearly 5 hours before they will have to get back on the saddle and start their race. Now, we saw yesterday's race for the Y16 category. It was an absolutely exciting race. What a battle we had. And Adi Sukarno, what an amazing finish from him. We saw Alif Daniel, he was really trying to get that win, but he was just knocked very wide of out of the turn 15. Some wildlife fun in the Sepang National Circuit. A very good shot there from a cameraman. Let's hope we can see more wildlife around. That was a really cute shot there. But yes, that was for now we're looking at a really big, oh dear me, already a crasher at turn 15 early on, not even a lap completed yet. Who was that that's crashed out? Is that Amrin Hazik? Amirun Hazik, apologies. Looks like his leg is stuck on the bike. That's a bit unfortunate. So marshals will be trying to clear that. Dear, what a unfortunate start for the warm-up session for him. I do believe that was Amirun Hazik. I think I saw number 7. He hasn't made his way across, so yes, I think that definitely was him. So the riders are out now for their first flying lap. In this front group, I believe there's Danny Mikhail, Irfan Danish, Daniel Johan, Adam Haikal, Nurdin Uzma, Shamil Amshar. Just waiting for these riders to come across. So they're only going to get about 2 flying laps because for them it's a 10-minute session. Their lap times are around about 3 minutes long, just under 3 minutes. So it will be quite an intense 2 laps that they will have to bring in to find the extra lengths that they need, for any of the riders that need to improve. 5 minutes remaining now in this warm-up session for the Yamaha Y16 ZR Race Masterclass Championship. You can see there at the front is Ahmad Shamil Akmal. You can see that Danny Mikhail is trying to move there at turn 7, unable to cut across. He'll be trying to fight for the slipstream as they run down into turn 9. Had a chat with a few of the riders. Some of them had a bit of issues with the way the bike is responding, so let's hope that all of that has been resolved for this warm-up session and the race later on in the evening. And now we're just following these riders as they come up into turn 9. 4.5 minutes left in the warm-up session. Now, of course, warm-up session is not one of the crucial, well, it is a crucial session, I think, in regards to finding your footings for the race later on, but the timings here don't really mean anything unless it's personal validation of what they're able to perform with in the race. It's more of a chance for the riders to gauge what they're capable of doing. But yesterday as well, we saw an absolutely amazing time for Adi Sukarno, 2:52, 2 seconds nearly faster than anyone else. And I think also an update for the riders who are competing in this championship. Both Ahmad Shirkan Aizat and Daniel Johan, number 14 and number 8, who finished 2nd and 4th respectively in the yesterday's race. They will have a ride-through penalty when it comes to race 2 later on in the evening. So they'll have a bill that is due to them crossing the white line at some point of the circuit. So they will have a ride-through penalty in race 2, and that's going to take a big chunk out of their time. And I think they, unless they can pull off a miracle, they will be out of the contention for the race win after a really good performance from them yesterday, actually. Now just sometimes coming across, most of the riders within the 2:58s, 59s, and lower 3 minutes. Adiputro Sukarno, our race winner yesterday, he did a 2:59.6 on that flying lap, but oh my goodness, all the lap times coming in have just been beaten. 2:56 from Faris Hafiz. He was fastest in the practice sessions on Friday. Nur Hakim Nur Hafizullah, 2:56 from him as well. Afizi Supad and Alif Daniel, as well as Zaki Ahmad, they're the other riders who are doing 2:57s. Nobody else joining them in that timing bracket. The rest in the 58s, 59s, and lower 3 minutes. But the gap from all these riders in the top, between the top four, sorry, from 4th all the way down to 17th, the gap is just within less than 2 seconds. So that's how close the timings are within this category. Faris Hafiz, he's just gone across sector 1 with the fastest sector time, so we can expect that timing to drop down even further. Faris Hafiz came away a bit unlucky yesterday, I would say. He did finish 5th, but he was just unable to find that extra edge at the front like Adiputro Sukarno did. Definitely in regards to Adiputra, I think definitely in a one-make race, one thing that gives him a slight advantage is his body size. He's one of the smaller riders in this category, so that does help you in trying to cut through the wind, especially in slipstreaming and even just when you're tucking in. It looks like Mohammad Ayub, he's on a fast lap as well, a really good sector 2 timing coming in from him. And for those wondering what the top speeds are like, when it comes to the GPS speed trap that we have at the front straight, Abdullah Kaya Abdul Razak, he set 141.9 kilometers per hour. Ooh, some riders going wide there, turn 9. Now we saw that happen a couple of times in the race yesterday. So a tricky part because you have so many riders battling for different lines, and you can just be pushed slightly offline in your exit, compromise, putting you off onto the rumble strip and potentially onto the grass. So just over 40 seconds left in this YAMAHA Loop Y16 ZR Race Masterclass warm-up session. I think these riders on screen might just be able to get another lap in, but not really certain about that as they come down the back straight. It's 25 seconds left. The riders at the back of this frame now, I think they might just not make it. Ido Fitri, he's on a very good lap as well. Ido Fitri, he's done a very fast 3rd sector timing. A few of the riders will be coming across the checkered flag. I think everyone in this frame, they will conclude their session as you come across. You can see them all battling out for the slipstream. Mohammad Zaki Ahmad Zamri, he's just gone fastest with a 2:55.787. If I am not mistaken, that is his fastest lap time of this weekend. And Mohammad Ayub, he's just done a 2:55.784. So it's a bit hard to tell which riders have taken a checkered flag and which ones haven't, because we're seeing the majority of the top 9, they have taken a checkered flag. This will be the conclusion of their session. For now, there are still other riders who are out trying to set faster lap times, but I think, just looking at our program right now, I think that we'll have concluded the session. For now, looking at the timings, and yes, this group on your screens now, they are still out on a hot lap. In this group, we can see the likes of Mohammad Danish, Ayman Zamrul, everyone's scrapping it out, pushing each other wide, trying to fight for that optimum racing line through 7 and 8. We have a group of about 8-9 riders here. Other riders in this fight as well. We have Mohammad Lutfi Shah. See him there, and Mohammad Adam Haikal Jahar as well. He's not set the best time yet, but he's doing decent. The gap between the timings in this warm-up session are much closer than what we've seen in the race and in the qualifying. I'm just trying to catch a few names and numbers that we can see, because it's really hard to pick each rider out. They're all wearing the same suits, and in this pack especially, most of them are wearing white helmets, so it's very difficult to differentiate each rider. But we're trying our best to see who we can spot right now. But we definitely got a few names that we saw. Mama Adam Haikal, Luffy Shah. I do believe Danny Mikhail, he's as well in this mix. We follow them now down the back straight. Some riders are on hot laps. Danish Ayman, he's done a really good second sector and the fastest first sector of the session. Adiputra Sukarno, he's in this group as well. A really strong third sector coming in from him. There is a group behind them as well that's trying to set a faster lap time, and they're going to scrap it out here at turn 15. Yeah, this is going to be more or less what we saw yesterday. Everyone's scrapping out for different lines, pushing each other offline slightly. Let's see as they come across the line. Some riders will get some really good slipstreams. I think Danny Mikhail, he's going to get a really good chunk of slipstream there, but watching Mamadan Shaiman, he's on a good lap time and he's got a good slipstream. Position changes have come through, but it's not into the top 10. It's just within the top 15, so nothing significant as of yet. But everyone in the top 13 all the way down to 22nd, they have improved below 3 minutes. They've all done 2:59s and 58. So improvements for all the riders across the grid. And this is more or less what we like to see, and more or less what we expected as well, because it is their first time riding this bike. So every time that they come out on track, it'll be something new that they learn on the bike, something new that they learn for each turn with how the bike behaves perhaps. And all we can say is that with the improvements of each rider, this means that we can expect some really exciting racing coming up ahead. But look at the rain clouds already covering Sepang International Circuit. As I said earlier on in the session, the prediction was rain, and it looks like rain might be arriving anytime soon. But for now, these are the results for the Yamaha Y16ZR MasterClass. In first and fastest is Muhammad Aidil Muhammad Ayub. Second, Muhammad Zaki Ahmad. Third, Muhammad Idil Fitri. Fourth, Muhammad Nur Hakim. Fifth, Muhammad Alif Daniel. Sixth, the race winner yesterday, Adiputra Sukarno. Arar Tsunami in seventh. Muhammad Faris Hafiz, eighth. Muhammad Afizi Supat, ninth. 10th is Rahimi Nabil Razu. 11th, Adib Arshad. 12th is Muhammad Afiq Harith. 13th, Ahmad Ikram Danish. 14th, Muhammad Faiz Karo Azmi. 15th, Muhammad Lufi Shah. 16th, Abdullah Qayyum Abdul Razak. 17th, Muhammad Izam Hanafi. 18th, Muhammad Danish Ayman. 19th is Muhammad Adam Haikal. 20th is Muhammad Shamil Amshar. 21st, Danish Zarif. 22nd, Danny Mikhail Karo Fauzi. 13th, Ahmad Shamil Akmal. 24th, Ahmad Shukran Aizat. And in 25th is Sharul Izwan. 26th, Nordini Usma. 27th, Irfan Danish. Daniel Johan, he's in 28th. I think bike issue for him there. And as well as for Shafiq Rosli, both doing timings much slower than they were yesterday. And Amran Hazik Johan, he crashed out before he managed to set a time. He's in 30th. So with the conclusion of the warm-up sessions, this is what our program looks like for today on Sunday. MSBK 250 races coming up very shortly. At 10:40, they will be flagged off for the start. So that's just in another short few 20 minutes. So stay tuned. The stream will not end. It will be, you guys will have some clips to watch and entertain yourselves while waiting for the exciting action. After the MSBK 250 race, we'll have the MSBK 600 and MSBK 1000 race 2, and then after that we'll have a lunch break and we will resume with the race 3 for all three categories, MSBK 250, 600 and 1000, and we will conclude the weekend with the Yamaha Y16ZR race Masterclass, their second race of the weekend. And I can tell you that we have action-packed races coming out through the whole day, so stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Do join us, and if you are free, do come down to the Sepang International Circuit. The grandstands are open for you guys to witness the racing firsthand. Welcome back to the action at the Sepang International Circuit for round 1 of the Malaysia Superbike Championship. You join us now for the second race for the MSBK 250 class. You join me, Daniel Bogus, with Harmy today for the races.
Yes, selamat pagi Daniel, selamat pagi pada anda semua. Selamat datang ke litar antarabangsa Sepang. Dan seperti yang Daniel katakan tadi pagi ini, kita akan menyaksikan perlombaan yang kedua juga. Dulu, race 2. Dan perlombaan ketiga akan berlangsung di sebelah petang nanti. Tapi tolong kita cakap mengenai kedudukan di grid dan pelumba semua. Kita bersama dengan Nasha terlebih dahulu yang berada di grid permulaan perlombaan.
Okey, sekarang ini kita berada di grid bagi perlumbaan MSBK 250 dan kita akan bersama dengan pemenang perlumbaan semalam, Farish Hafiz. Semalam menang dengan penuh bergaya di hadapan kan. So macam mana rakan sepasukan tak dekat sebelah tapi ada lagi seorang. So macam mana untuk perlumbaan kali ni?
Pada perlumbaan kedua ni saya akan cuba untuk tagih outshot dekat juga dan saya akan cuba lari kalau saya boleh buat dan apa-apa pun saya akan target untuk podium.
Terima kasih Hafiz dan kita akan bersama dengan seorang lagi pelumba yang bermula di petak yang keempat iaitu Zakir Nakiuddin. Okey Zakir, bermula petak yang keempat kita tahu pelumba-pelumba di hadapan penuh berpengalaman. Tapi apa target Zakir untuk perlumbaan kali ini?
Target saya untuk minggu ni cuba untuk tunjuk yang saya boleh fight dengan rider-rider factory dan kita semua tahu rider-rider factory banyak pengalaman race kat luar dan motor pun agak power. So saya cuba cari untuk podium lah minggu ni.
Terima kasih Zakir dan kita akan bersama dengan seorang lagi pelumba yang bermula di petak yang belakang sekali tetapi semalam beliau berjaya menunjukkan satu peningkatan yang sangat baik tapi sayang kerana terjatuh sewaktu perlumbaan. Dan kita akan bersama dengan Irfan Haikal yang ke-12. Irfan, semalam dari belakang dapat fight depan tapi sayang sekali mungkin terlalu orang katakan push hard untuk ke hadapan terjatuh. So macam mana Haikal rasa untuk perlumbaan kali ni?
Perlumbaan kali ni saya akan cuba yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan P1 race kali ni. Okey.
Terima kasih Haikal dan kita akan kembali semula bersama dengan Harumi.
Terima kasih Nasha yang bersama dengan pelumba tadi. Ini adalah grid di petak yang kedua yang tiada pada tempat tu Faris Putra Fadil yang tiada pada tempatnya pelumba nombor 23 yang bermula dari petak yang kedua. Tadi kita Nasha dah bersama dengan Irfan Haikal Hamidi dan Irfan Haikal dia dah dikenakan penalti 12 saat kerana start procedure infringement semalam sewaktu di permulaan perlumbaan. And again Daniel is going to be the SIC racing team riders in front. Tapi kita tak ada Faris Putra kali ini yang berada di petak kedua.
Yeah, that's interesting because Faris Putra, he did come up for the warm-up session earlier on in the morning. And he was decent as well. He had a good pace. He was well within his teammates' reach. But for some reason, he's not on the grid with this, so perhaps bike issues or something that...
Dia tidak pasti apa yang melakukan. Tadi dia ada, sekarang ni di grid. Tiada Faris Putra. 26 adalah Faris Zafri yang memiliki petak yang ke-7. Semalam dia berada di tempat yang ke-8. Dia dalam kategori B. Pelumba dalam kategori B. Dan dalam kategori B dia berada di tempat yang kedua semalam. Dan sebelahnya nombor 66 adalah Muhammad Fauzi Hassan. Pelumba yang memiliki tempat yang pertama dalam grup B semalam. Pemenang grup B. Dalam pemenang kumpulan B. Dan dia tempat yang ke-7 keseluruhan. Yang bermula dari petak yang ke-8.
Yeah, in the back here we have Saidatul Zakira, number 88. She's making her debut in the 250 class with the MSBK B-Tech Racing Team. So the B-Tech Racing Team. She was fastest yesterday in the race 1 and even in warm-up as well. Of the 3 teammates that she has, Sitinov Shafia and Muhammad Zulhusni, she was fastest. So she's doing good job so far. She also improved her timing in the warm-up. She did a 2:48. So She's starting to get her strides, and she's able to keep up with the front runners of the MSBK 250B group.
Ya, dan ini adalah musim 2022 adalah perlombaan yang pertama, pusingan pertama, perlombaan yang kedua. Jadi semalam mereka dah ada pengalaman untuk kendalian jentera, untuk keadaan di lita, dan ini memberi kelebihan juga pada perlombaan ini untuk melakukan keputusan yang lebih baik pada perlombaan yang kedua ini. Muhammad Zulhusni, Eji Jaludin yang berada di petak yang ke-12 untuk pasukan B-Tech Racing Team. Bermula dari belakang. Sementara kita lihat pada kedudukan grid permulaan perlombaan ini adalah sama seperti semalam sewaktu perlombaan yang sama seperti semalam waktu perlombaan yang pertama, dan cuma keputusan perlombaan tidak menjejaskan kedudukan grid mereka. Jadi bermakna Irfan Haikal Amidi akan bermula dari petak belakang juga pada kali ini.
So Irfan Haikal, he's going to have a challenge once again, but even though we say it's a challenge starting at the back, we saw what he did yesterday. Within the start, he just managed to get back into the front of the group. And oh, look at the clouds back in the back there. It's been teasing us all throughout the day, throughout the morning, but for now, this is how the grid forms up. Row 1 is Farish Hafi, Farid Cecily. He starts at the front. Faiz Putra, who's not on the grid with this, he was supposed to start in second. Emma Itzhar is 1, he's in third. Second row, Muhammad Zakir Nakiuddin. Fifth is Patil Ashish. Sixth is Muhammad Nur Haikal. Starting in seventh is Ahmad Farid Zafi. Muhammad Fauzi Hassan, he starts from 8th. Saidatul Zakira, she completes row 3. Starting row 4 is Siti Nur Shafia in 10th. 11th, Muhammad Zul Husni. And rounding off 12 riders is Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi.
Perlombaan yang kita akan berikan tumpuan di awal perlombaan, kerana semalam sewaktu di awal perlombaan dia meluncur lagi ke depan dan terus berada di belakang 3 pelumba SSC Racing sewaktu sampai di selekor yang pertama. Jadi kali ini apa yang boleh dilakukan oleh Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi, pelumba yang dikenakan penalti semalam kerana start prosedur infringement tidak berada dalam petak di awal sewaktu dalam awal perlombaan, dan kali ini dia bermula sekali lagi dari petak paling belakang, dan lihat apa yang akan dilakukan oleh Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi dari petak yang ke-12 dalam perlombaan yang kedua. Ini adalah perlombaan yang pertama kita saksikan pada hari ini dalam perlombaan yang kedua. Perlombaan yang ketiga akan berlangsung pada jam 2 petang nanti, tapi di sebelah pagi ini hanya 3 kategori sahaja yang akan keluar bagi MSBK 250, MSBK 600 dan MSBK 1000. Sementara di sebelah petang nanti kita akan menyaksikan empat kategori yang akan keluar untuk perlombaan jam ketiga bermula pada jam 2 petang nanti.
Yeah, one thing interesting that I'm looking at for this race is that we see rain clouds arriving. So these riders who want to be out at the front, they have to make their maneuvers and everything to try and break from the group early on. Otherwise, once the rain arrives, that's just going to close the gaps between everyone. And it's going to be really tricky for them.
Ya, kerana kalau hujan bermakna faktor tayar akan mainkan peranan, dan memang mereka tidak akan boleh untuk melakukan catatan yang sewaktu litar kering, dan ini memberikan kelebihan kepada pelumba yang berada di depan. Di belakang memang agak mustahil untuk mengejar di depan kalau keadaan litar yang cuaca litar yang basah dalam waktu hujan. Namun kalau kita lihatkan pada perlombaan semalam, sewaktu perlombaan yang pertama, Faris Hafi Farid Zazli yang memenangi perlombaan hanya 0.9 saat di hadapan Faris Putra. Ada battle di antara 3 pelumba SIC di depan sewaktu dalam perlombaan 250 ini. Kita menjangkakan sekali lagi mereka akan battle, tapi kali ini jangkakan kita juga sebab Irfan yang jatuh last lap kerana 14 dia terjatuh, dan kali ini kita jangkakan dia akan memberikan cabaran kepada Faris Syafi Farid Sezli dan Emil Iza Izwan, tapi bergantung pada permulaan perlombaan.
Yeah, for now the riders are forming up on the grid, and you can see Irfan Haikal, he was checking twice just to make sure that this time he was in the right box. Now we just wait for the remaining riders. Oh, there we go. This is Faris Putra. So it looks like he took a tumble in warm-up, I think.
Nampak macam ada kesan mungkin terjatuh sewaktu dia keluar dari untuk ke grid, atau bagaimana kerana keadaan motosikalnya yang berada dalam pit tidak keluar, dan bermakna dia tidak menyertai perlombaan kali ini, Daniel.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm pretty certain in warm-up I didn't see him taking a fall, so maybe it was on that pit exit. But for now, green flags are waved and we wait for the lights to come on before the action begins and the riders are revving up the bikes. We wait for the lights to come on and the riders are ready and the lights are off, and it's a good start from Irfan Haikal once again as he did in race 1. He's trying to latch right behind the two SIC Racing Team riders. Gets past everyone in front of him and looks like someone's got a really good start. That's the likes of Muhammad Zakir Nakiuddin. He's got himself right into the front row of everyone. He doesn't get the inside line, but he stays in second now.
Permulaan yang begitu baik daripada Irfan Haikal Hamidi yang kita berikan tumpuan tadi. Dia bermula dan meluncur laju terus ke depan untuk menyertai kumpulan di hadapan ini, dan juga permulaan yang baik untuk Muhammad Zakir Nakiuddin dari petak yang keempat untuk cuba berada di depan bersama dengan Farid Syafiq, Farid Zazli dan Emil Iza Izwan. Oh, ada seorang pelumba yang terjatuh di awal perlumbaan itu, tak silap nombor 26. Ahmad Fariz Zafri dalam kumpulan B yang terjatuh di turn yang pertama.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate early end to the race for Ahmad Fariz Zafri. He was strong yesterday, but it looks like Muhammad Fazi Hassan, who was battling with him all throughout the race, will have quite a quiet ride for now. But still, this group has not split up. We see there Patel Ashish, as well as the likes of, I believe with him there, that is actually Muhammad Nur Haikal, who's having a really good start so far. He's found himself way up ahead there. And for now, at the front here, Zakir Nakiuddin, he's found himself behind Irfan Haikal. He's not getting left behind at all, because we saw yesterday he just didn't have the pace, but Irfan Haikal, he's not able to catch up the SSC riders as of yet. But I must say, what a brilliant start that was from Zakir Nakiuddin. But looks like Patel Ashish, he has a jump start now. That's been indicated by the race direction. So we'll see what the penalty will be administered.
Jump start untuk pelumba nombor 40. Patel Ashish Hasmukh Baik yang untuk pasukan United Motorsports India di awal perlumbaan tadi. Dan di depan kita lihat catatan terpantas sektor yang kedua milik Farid Syafiq, Farid Zazli. Emil Iza Izwan melakukan masa terbaik di sektor yang ketiga. Sektor pertama milik Irfan Haikal Hamidi tidak mengejutkan kerana kita lihat tadi dia bagaimana meluncur laju di depan. Sekarang ini dia berada di tempat yang ketiga. Dia berada di tempat yang ketiga sekarang dan cuba untuk mengejar dua pelumba SIC Racing di hadapannya. Itu adalah tugas terus bagi Emil, bagi pelumba ini yang bermula dari petak yang ke paling belakang sekali untuk Muhammad Irfan Haikal Hamidi, dan kini meluncur di tempat yang ketiga catatan terpantas Farid Syafiq, Farid Zazli dengan masanya 2:36.541 di awal perlumbaan, dan dia adalah pelumba terpantas pada pusingan yang pertama ini. Dan sekarang terpulang kepada Irfan Haikal yang cuba untuk mengejar apa yang dilakukan oleh Irfan Haikal dalam masa 7 pusingan lagi akan tamat. Kita akan lihat percatatan masa dilakukan oleh Irfan. 2:37.287 berbanding 2:36.541 oleh Farid Syafiq. Irfan Haikal perlu teruskan masa dalam lingkungan 2:36 2:35 selepas ini untuk melakukan masa catatannya dalam pada pusingan kedua. Kebiasaan dia perlu akan melakukan masa 2:30 2:31 catatan yang terpantas sewaktu perlumbaan. Dan Irfan semalam dia melakukan catatan masa terbaiknya 2:30.055 dan dia adalah pelumba yang paling pantas semalam di Lita. Jadi it's a good chance untuk dia jika dia dapat ulang semalam, tapi dia kena perlu cepat kerana ada 7 pusingan saja, 7 lap untuk mengejar dua pelumba di depan.
Yeah, it's interesting. It looks like both the SIC Racing Team riders, Farid Syafiq and Emil Izzar, they just have that extra edge now, and it looks like Irfan Haikal, he's not able, especially in the second sector, he's quite a few tenths off their pace, and this is looking really good for the SIC Racing Team, but worrying for the likes of Irfan Haikal. I wonder if yesterday's incident has perhaps made him a bit more worried about the way he rode the bike. It's hard to understand what's going on, but I think yesterday is definitely a big factor in how he's riding right now.
Malam Daniel katakan dia masih lagi muda, masih lagi dalam proses pembelajaran, dan semalam dia push Tuhan dan beberapa kali melakukan kesilapan braking dan akhirnya sebelum dia terjatuh pada turn 14 di lap yang terakhir. Tapi kali ini kita lihat gap yang agak jauh. Cuma kita akan saksikan catatan masa sekarang ni yang boleh lihat adalah Emil Iza melakukan masa terpantas dalam 3 sektor pertama dan mungkin dia akan melakukan masa terpantas di Lita pada pusingan yang kedua, di lap yang kedua, kerana kita lihat begitu rapat sekali dia di belakang Farish Hafi, Farid Shazli, dan pasukan SRC dapat memperbaiki apa yang ada pada jentera mereka, kerana ternyata sekarang ini Irfan Haikal Hamidi memang tidak dapat langsung untuk mencabar 20 di depan. Kalau semalam sewaktu ini dia sudah pun berada di belakang 3 pelumba SRC Racing, tapi sekarang ni kita lihat ada gap yang agak jauh. Catatan masa oleh Emil adalah 2:30.988 dan dia akan cuba masuk dari bahagian dalam sekarang Emil untuk merampas kedudukan dari Faris Hafi, sementara Muhammad Irfan Haikal melakukan masa 2:32. Kalau kita lihat pada pace ini memang agak jauh juga dia ketinggalan daripada 2 pelumba di hadapan ini.
Yeah, for now it looks like Emma Itzar and Faris Hafi, they're just constantly pulling away because the timing difference. Emma Itzar, he did a 2:30.9 and Irfan Haikal in comparison did a 2:32.5. So the gap is just going to keep increasing if it stays this way, because it's already 3.6 seconds after just 2 laps and there's 6 laps remaining. But I do want to give credits to Muhammad Zaki Nakyuddin. He's closed the gap between himself and the front runners, and he's done an incredible job so far in this race, especially with such a brilliant start. And for now, looking down the order, Patel Ashish, he's leading at the back of the the bottom 5, apologies. Behind him, Muhammad Nur Haikal. And Muhammad Nur Haikal and him, they're still quite gapped between each other. They're not really in a battle as of yet. For now, Fazi Hassan, he's also quite gapped between the 3 of them.
Ya, Zaki Nakyuddin semalam masa terbaiknya 2:36.813, memang jauh berbanding dengan catatan Faris Syafi, Faris Putra, Emil Iza dan Irfan Haikal, tapi dia masih berada dalam kedudukan tempat yang keempat sekarang dan ditinggalkan 11 saat di belakang pendahulu Faris Syahafi, Farid Shazli dan Emil Iza Izwan yang dapat kedudukan. Patil Ashish Hashmukbai 40 yang berada di kedudukan tempat yang kelima sekarang ini, dan dia sedang start pada perlombaan ini. Tapi pada kedudukan sekarang ini dia berada pada kedudukan tempat yang kelima dan dia adalah pelumba yang pertama dalam kumpulan kumpulan.
Definitely Patel Ashish, he's the one that had a jump start that was indicated by race direction, so still no indication of what he has to take as a penalty. But for now we focus on the front. It's still the battle between Faris Shafi and Emil Itzar. It's a lonely ride for the two of them, just both the teammates. It's almost become like a training day for them in this race. It's just the pair of them. For now it's Emil Itzar who has that advantage. They both came across doing 2:32s. Muhammad Irfan Haikal, he's done a decent lap time and it's actually maintaining the gap. It was 3.6 seconds on the previous lap and now it's 3.7. So it's still not close enough, but perhaps he's waiting to start reeling them in the last 4 laps. It could be a new tactic from him after yesterday's incident.
Ya, kita lihat pada catatan masa yang menariknya kerana Emil Izwan dan Faris Hafi melakukan catatan masa yang perlahan sedikit berbanding pada pusingan sebelum ini. Mereka lakukan lap time 2:32.223 untuk Emil, 2:32.698 untuk Faris. Sementara Irfan mengekalkan kelajuan 2:32.390. Itu adalah catatan terbaik peribadinya setakat ini. Dan jika catatan masa ini berterusan dan Emil serta Faris terus melakukan masa dalam lingkungan yang sama, bermakna Irfan Haikal boleh untuk mengejar mereka kerana ada baki 5 pusingan lagi untuk perlombaan ini. Kerana di pusingan yang kedua tadi, second lap, Daniel, catatan masa yang ditunjukkan memang terlalu laju berbanding dengan Irfan dalam 2 saat. Tapi sekarang ini, kalau ini adalah lap time yang ada tadi, dia masih boleh kejar dalam masa 5 pusingan.
Yeah, I was just seeing that Irfan Haikal, he was really pushing it. He went really wide at turn 4, but we saw that a few times from him in yesterday's race. I think he's just not found his line there yet. But even there at turn 7 and 8, he nearly lost the rear a couple of times.
Yeah.
So I think he's trying to reel them in slowly now, but it's just not, it's starting to get risky for him. And I saw at the background there, it looks like rain started falling, but not on the track yet. So it's going to be a tricky situation if that starts to happen. And I do believe Patil Ashish, I saw him in the indication that he's gone out, so I think he's gone to the pits, but I'm not too certain on that. I'll try and get an update in regards to that, but for now it's still Emil Itzar. He's trying to make the move on his teammate Faris Shafi there on the inside. He does get him through the slipstream into turn 15. This is once again a controversial spot. Faris Shafi trying to get on the inside but just unable to, because Emil Itzar just held that line quite beautifully.
Itulah keistimewaan sebenarnya bagi di litar antara bahasa Sepang. Turn 15 always challenging untuk pelumba. Ada berbagai cara untuk masuk dan keluar dari turn 15, dan itu yang memisahkan pelumba selalunya. Dan sekarang kita lihat percatatan masa seterusnya oleh Emil Iza, Faris Hafi dan juga Irfan Haikal. Catatan masanya 2:32, 3:23, dan ini walaupun kalau kita lihatkan masih belum cukup kuat untuk Irfan Haikal. Kalau gap yang ada ini bermakna dia ketinggalan dalam 4 saat. Dia perlu melakukan masa dalam 2:32, lebih baik daripada Emil Iza dan Faris Hafi. Itu yang perlu dilakukan untuk mengejar dan bagi 4 pusingan lagi. Mungkin agak sukar untuk memadamkan 4 saat. Bermakna setiap satu pusingan 1 saat perlu dipadamkan oleh Irfan Haikal. A little bit impossible dan sukar, tapi boleh dilakukan kalau dalam perlombaan apa saja boleh berlaku. Dan keadaan di hadapan yang sekarang di tengah bersaing itu memberikan juga sedikit kelebihan pada Irfan Haikal, kerana persaingan ini boleh membantu pelumba di belakang. Tapi kalau kita lihat catatan masa oleh Faris Afi dan Emil yang melakukan masa terbaik set pertama, set kedua, nampak sukar untuk Irfan Haikal sekarang.
Yeah, for a second there I was looking at the Irfan Haikal sector 1 and sector 2. It looked like, because we've seen him do quite consistently the higher 2:30s and lower 2:31s. I thought with 4 laps remaining, if he manages to do a 2:30 or low 2:31s, he might be able to reel them in. But looking at the way Emil Itzar and Faris Shafi are riding, I don't think it's possible at this point of the race, because when they come across the line on this lap, there will only be 3 laps remaining. And it looks like with the gap that it is, Irfan Haikal is going to need to find an extra 2 seconds plus on the next 2 laps to actually catch up with them. And with these two riding so beautifully, I don't think that it's going to be possible for him.
Ya, terlalu jauh berbanding semalam yang dia berjaya untuk rapat di belakang pelumba SRC Racing ini, tapi kali ini agak jauh. Jadi tumpuan kita adalah 2 pelumba ini sekarang, persaingan antara 2 pelumba sepasukan ini, antara Emil dan Faris. Terlihat tadi Emil yang late braking pada turn 15, dan dari dalam masuk Faris Hafi ini. This is going to be jadi tempat yang mana make or break untuk mereka, kerana kalau macam ni keadaan yang rapat antara pelumba, kalau begini kedudukan mereka, turn 15 itu yang akan jadi penentu. But cuba jangan lihat sebagai pelumba sendiri untuk melepasi. Sekarang ini kita lihat Faris Hafi terlebih dahulu yang masih mengkakan kedudukan di depan, walaupun Emil Iza memberikan cabaran. But nak tanya tadi adalah turn 15 itu, what's the best way kalau begini keadaannya? Sebab kerana kita melihat pelumba depan kadang-kadang di belakang akan push sampai di turn 15, akan late braking untuk masuk di bahagian luar, dan what is the best possible kalau begini keadaan?
It's difficult to say, but if I was in either one of Faris or Emil's shoes, I would go for the exit, which is going in late, taking a very late apex and getting early on the gas, and which is what we saw in the 600s, what Kip did. So which is a really good tactic to try and get the better speed down to the line. But with these 250s, it's so hard, because you may get that better speed, but the person behind you might get that slipstream and just edge you across. But for now, there's something a bit worrying for these two riders, because they're dicing it out, and that lap time is the gap between them is starting to reduce. It's still quite a significant gap, but it's going to take just one error that they make to get Irfan back in contention, because sector 1 and sector 2, he's starting to get really fast.
I think ini kali pertama bagi Irfan untuk lakukan masa lebih baik daripada Faris Hafi dan Emil Iza, walaupun tadi ada sedikit momen kepada Irfan Haikal. Dan Irfan Haikal lakukan 2.32.073 berbanding 2.32.283 oleh email 2.31.908. Lebih laju lagi Faris Hafiz sebenarnya, maafkan saya kerana saya lihat tadi saya ingatkan 2.32.231. Ini lagi menyukarkan tugas Irfan nampaknya untuk mengejar Faris Hafiz dan juga Emil Izzah. Cuma sekarang tumpuan kita kepada 20 di depan, Faris dan juga Emil siapa yang dapat menaiki perlumbaan untuk perlumbaan ini dengan baki 2.5 pusingan lagi. Sekarang semakin sukar kerana dia untuk memadamkan catatan masa 3.8 saat. Tapi seperti dia katakan, sedikit kesilapan di depan, terutama ketika di selekor di dua mereka battle begini, dia boleh sampai dan itu memberikan kelebihan kepada Irfan untuk cuba rapat dengan 20 pelumba depan. Kerana kedua mereka ini bersaing rapat, dua pelumba sepasukan ini. Dan boleh tengok gap yang ada Daniel tadi 3.8 saat. Sekarang ini gap di antara dua mereka dengan Irfan 4.1. Wah, getting lagi jauh nampaknya sekarang ini.
It looked for a second that Irfan Haikal was starting to reel them in with each corner, but on that lap, it looked like Faris Shafi and Emil Itzar weren't on really spectacular laps, but somehow they both lapped in the 2:31.6, nearly identical lap times from the pair of them. So for now, it looks like Irfan Haikal's race is just... He's going to have to settle down for third in the grid, and he just has to finish this, because we saw a lot of twitching moments from him, so the last thing he needs right now is a mistake, because this will be a good chunk of points for him to take forward into the next couple of rounds. For now, it's these two SIC Racing Team riders. They're still scrapping it out to see which one of them can get to first.
Semalam ada 3 pelumba di depan, tapi kali ini Faris Putra tidak memulakan perlumbaan DNS. Jadi 2 pelumba di depan yang kita berikan tumpuan walaupun mereka sepasukan, tapi untuk menangi perlumbaan. Faris Shafi yang sentiasa berada di depan Emil cuba mencabar tadi sekali, berjaya untuk merampas tempat pertama. Sekali Emil hanya mengikori sahaja. Ini strategi yang biasa kita lihat di tanah Sepang ini untuk mengikori dan masuk di selekor yang ke-14 nanti. Daripada kedudukan sangat rapat antara kedua pelumba, menantikan mungkin bila yang paling sesuai. Daniel kali katakan yang perebutan ini mungkin membolehkan Irfan rapat, tapi dengan baki 1.5 pusingan lagi ke distance yang ada, jarak yang terlalu jauh, memang agak terlalu sukar untuk dia lakukan. Jika semuanya berjalan dengan biasa dan maksudnya tidak ada sembarang insiden pada kedua-dua pelumba di depan ini. Dan sekarang kita berikan tumpuan kepada Faris dan Emil Izzah. Siapa yang akan menangi perlumbaan? Semalam Faris menang dalam perlumbaan dengan Emil di tempat yang ketiga, dan sekarang ini pada kedudukan sekarang Faris berada di tempat yang pertama.
Emil Itzar there, he's really trying to push it. He took a look behind so that Irfan Haikal's far, so he's just putting his focus onto the front. But you can see that he's trying to push at turn 14, and he nearly lost the rear, and then he nearly lost the front. So Emil Itzar, I was about to say that it's going to take something catastrophic between the SIC Racing Team riders to let Irfan Haikal get a higher position, and it looks like they're starting to get on the limit, so they have to be really careful, because now it's the last lap. Slight gap between Faris Shafi and Emil Itzar, but by the end of the straight with slipstream, that gap should close further. But now they come across Faris Shafi at 2:31 again, and Emil Itzar with that error at 2:32. Irfan Haikal still the gap of 4.1 seconds, so it won't happen in this lap unless, as I said, something catastrophic has to happen between these two riders.
Ya, kerana sekarang ini 2 pelumba di depan yang sekarang bersaing 1 dan 2 pada jarak yang sangat jauh untuk Irfan. Tadi kita berikan tumpuan kerana kita lihat apa yang dilakukan oleh Emil sekarang. Emil mengikori sahaja Faris Shafi. Dari tadi mengikori dan mencari ruang yang terbaik. Dan pada kedudukan sekarang ini, turn 10, 11 dan turn 14, 15, itu adalah 3 tempat yang kita akan lihat untuk dia cuba, kerana dia cuba untuk masuk. Sementara Irfan Haikal mungkin sudah terlalu jauh untuk dia mengejar. Dia tidak akan push. Sebaliknya di depan ni akan push 2 pelumba ini, Faris dan juga Emil Izzah yang kita sedang saksikan. Dan nampak Faris Shafi berjaya menutup ruang dengan begitu baik di setiap selekor, Daniel.
Yeah, Faris Shafi, one thing that we can see that his defensive riding is very well. He's just making sure that there's no real room for Emil to really make the maneuver. But Emil has been testing. He's just been putting his front wheel in the region to try and make a move, and I think it's definitely going to come either here at turn 9 or turn 15. And it looks like at turn 9 right now he's going to go for the move on the inside, and he's just unable. Door shut by Faris Shafi. What a move that was almost for Emil Itzar, but he's going to have to try either at 14. I don't think it's going to come here. This is going to be really risky, and yeah, it's not close enough. So he has to hope for either turn 14 or 15. But one thing with the 250 is if he does it at 14, Faris Shafi is going to definitely get the slipstream down into turn 15.
Ya, ini ada sekali lagi perlumbaan yang mana penentuannya adalah selekuan 15 kegaisan penamat dan dan Emil tadi melihat tapi dia tidak mahu mencuba untuk masuk di turn 14 ini dan di sini okey, biasanya pelumba di belakang akan memberikan tekanan kepada pelumba di depan untuk melakukan late braking dan dia akan masuk dari bahagian dalam dan ini akan cuba dilakukan oleh Emil yang mendapatkan racing line dari dalam dan sekarang Faris memilih dari luar, Emil dari dalam. Siapa yang akan berjaya? Terlalu wide sangat nampaknya untuk Faris. Bagaimana? Ya, wide sangat dan kepada Emil sekali. Oh, Emil melihat ke belakang dan hampir dia tadi memberikan kesan 20 yang dapat dan Faris Shafi berjaya menang dalam perlumbaan menewaskan Emil. Jadi Emil kena menoleh ke belakang tadi Daniel. He looked behind.
Yeah, that's what we would call a rookie error there from Emil. He had the clear ground, he had the gap. He could have definitely won that if he had just focused on the front. But he looked behind, lost his line and nearly went onto the grass. What a finish that was. And Faris Shafi pretty much gifted the win by his teammate Emil.
Ya, dan saya rasa tadi sewaktu di turn 15, Faris Shafi buat kesilapan. Dia cuba buat seperti Danny katakan, dari luar, masuk luar terlebih dulu, kemudian masuk straight ke dalam. Tapi terlalu wide sangat, terlalu juga keluar dan membolehkan Emil masuk. Sekali lagi, kita saksikan ini kesilapan kerana dia menoleh ke belakang dan hilang racing line. Dan dia keluar sedikit dan ketika itu memang peluang pada Faris Shafi kerana dia straight saja terus untuk sampai ke gaisan penamat kerana bertunduk. Itu adalah satu pengejaran yang paling berharga untuk Emil Izwan.
You can see the shakes of Emil's head. He knew that was an opportunity missed. Mohammad Zakir Nakiuddin, he's just come across now, and we're looking at Mohammad Nur Haikal. He's running off the top 5, doing a really decent ride for Mohammad Nur Haikal. Yesterday he finished 6th. Today he has finished in a position higher. He's in 5th, and he's going to come around turn 15. Like a bit of a twitch, but he's fine, and he comes across now. He takes 5th position.
Ya, dia pelumba yang pertama dalam kumpulan B yang sampai Muhammad Nur Haikal. Jadi dia adalah pemenang bagi kumpulan B ini. Dan di belakang sebelum ini adalah Patel Ashmukbai. Dan dia sampai untuk tempat yang kedua dalam kumpulan dalam tempat yang kelima kerana dia dalam kumpulan A, maafkan saya. Fauzi yang akan sampai untuk di tempat yang kedua kumpulan B. Dan di belakang sebelum ini adalah Saidatul Zakira Zairin. Jika dia sampai, dia sampai tempat yang ke-8 dan tempat yang ke-3 dalam kumpulan B untuk lengkapkan 1, 2 dan 3 bagi kumpulan B. Dan Siti Nursa Syafia Alia dan Zul Husni sampai untuk menamatkan perlumbaan. Zulkusni yang sampai tadi untuk menamatkan perlumbaan terakhir sampai ke gaisan penamat Daniel. Dan inilah keputusan perlumbaan dan dengan Muhammad Faris Hafi Farid Sezli menang menewaskan Emil Izwan di gaisan penamat dengan Irfan Haikal Amir di tempat yang ke-3 kali tidak dapat mencabar kedudukan 2 pelumba di hadapannya. Zakir Nakiuddin Kamarul Nivizam di tempat yang ke-4 kumpulan A. Muhammad Nur Haikal, Muhammad Nur Fikri berada di tempat yang ke-5 dalam pelumba yang pertama dalam kumpulan B. Patel Ashish Hashmukbai kumpulan A tempat yang ke-6. Muhammad Fauzi Hassan dalam kumpulan B berada di tempat yang ke-7 dan tempat yang kedua dalam kumpulannya dengan Saidatul Zakira Zairin tempat ke-3 dalam kumpulan B, tempat yang ke-8 keseluruhan. 9 Siti Nur Syafia Alia Syarizan, Muhammad Zulkhuisni tempat yang ke-10 dengan Faris Putra, DNS Ahmad Faris Zafri di tempat ke-12. Cuaca di sebelah sini agak gelap sedikit tapi di belakang kita agak terang. Ini adalah lagi satu keistimewaan litar Sepang ini kerana faktor cuaca yang tidak menentu. Kerana tadi kita lihat awan mendung berarak. Tapi di sebelah utara, sebelah selatan nampak agak cerah sedikit. Tapi kita berikan perhatian dulu kepada podium untuk MSBK 250 dengan Faris Hafi, Emil Iza dan Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi. Cuma tadi keluar dari selekor terakhir dari penentuan untuk memenangi perlumbaan. Dan Irfan berada di tempat yang ketiga semalam, kecewa kerana dikenakan penalti 20 saat. Catatan masanya ditambah selepas kesilapan ketika di start prosedur infringement. Kita akan bersama dengan pemenang terlebih dahulu bagi MSBK 250. Kita terus bersama dengan Nasha sekarang.
Okey Hafiz, nampaknya menang sekali lagi untuk perlumbaan kali ini seperti yang Hafiz katakan tadi. So cerita sikit tentang yang sampai ke garis penamat tadi.
Syukur Alhamdulillah, saya nak terima kasih kepada tim saya, ZK Racing Team dan family saya yang support saya. Pada race tadi, saya lakukan hot shot di depan dan pada pertengahan lap, saya fight dengan teammate saya, Meza. Dan pada sampai last lap, saya fighting dengan dia untuk rebut untuk kedudukan pertama dan saya tengok dia terlajak juga. Saya pun masuk daripada dalam, saya cucuk angin dan saya dapat tempat pertama. Alhamdulillah.
Terima kasih Hafiz, kembali semula bersama dengan Harun.
Grid untuk perlumbaan seterusnya sedang disediakan sekarang ini untuk MSBK 600, tapi kita akan berikan tumpuan kepada podium bagi 250 terlebih dahulu. Sebentar nanti untuk ketiga-tiga pemenang. Semalam 3 pelumba SIC Racing naik ke atas podium. Kali ini kita ada seorang pelumba Bonsi Honda Racing Team, Muhammad Irfan Haikal Amidi, yang akan berada di atas podium walaupun tidak dapat untuk berikan cabaran seperti semalam yang begitu rapat sekali di belakang Faris Hafi, Faris Putra dan Emil Iza Izwan. Namun begitu tempat ketiga untuk Irfan Haikal kali ini.
Tempat yang kedua dimenangi oleh Emil Iza Izwan dari pasukan SIC Racing.
Podium sekarang ni itu adalah Irfan Haikal Amidi, Emil Iza Izwan tempat yang kedua dan Muhammad Faris Hafi, Farid Sezli di tempat yang pertama.
Dan sekarang ini dijemput Encik Syahya MAM Steward Chairman untuk memberikan hadiah kepada
menyampaikan trofi kemenangan kepada ketiga pemenang. Encik Syahya MAM Steward Chairman menyampaikan piala terlebih dahulu pada pelumba tempat yang ketiga Irfan Haikal. Podium pertamanya pada pusingan yang pertama. Ini ada satu lagi perlumbaan di sebelah petang nanti. Emil Iza Izwan tempat yang kedua dan tempat yang pertama Faris Hafi, Farid Sazli yang memenangi perlumbaan.
Tinggi sikit pilot, tinggi sikit tu. Okey, senyum sikit, buka mulut. Senyum.
semua pemenang untuk perlumbaan pemenang saja. Dan saya lagi ucapkan kepada kesemua pemenang dan terima kasih untuk Encik Syahya MAM Steward Chairman.
Okey, senyum sikit. Freestyle sikit.
Welcome back again for another race session here at the Sepang International Circuit for the Malaysia Superbike Championship. For now, we just concluded the MSBK 250 Race 2, and now we're going to be entertained with the MSBK 600 Race 2. And shortly after this, we will also have the MSBK 1000 Race 2. For now, it's 15 turns of the Sepang International Circuit. You join me once again, Daniel Bogus, and beside me, Harmy.
And kita akan saksikan sekarang ni MSBK 600 pula. Selepas saksikan 250 tadi. I think Daniel, yang utama sekarang untuk kita sembangkan adalah bagaimana kita lihat pada faktor di luar sana, di atas cuaca. Terlebih dahulu kita harapkan cuaca baik untuk kita saksikan perlombaan ini. Dan dalam perlombaan ini semalam kita dapat saksikan bagaimana Azroy dan Kip yang mengungguli. Syarifudin Azman cuba memberikan cabaran tapi dia jatuh di selekor yang terakhir sewaktu di lap yang terakhir. Dan pada kali ini ingat bagaimana kedudukan bagi semua pada dua perlombaan kali ini. Kita bersama dengan Nasha terlebih dahulu di grid. Silakan Nasha.
Baiklah, kita akan bersama dengan Azroy yang bermula di petak yang kedua. Azroy malam nampak memberikan saingan yang sangat sengit kepada Kip. Lepas tu terpaksa aku lah bagi. Kali ni nak bagi Kip menang ataupun Azroy nak juga menang?
Bukan antara nak bagi dia menang atau tidak. Kita dah cuba yang terbaik dah semalam. Tapi hari ni saya akan cuba ubah strategi untuk memenangi perlombaan kali ini.
Okey, terima kasih Azroy. Kita akan bersama dengan seorang lagi iaitu Ibrahim yang bermula di petak yang keempat. Ibrahim, semalam dari belakang kejar sampai naik podium tempat ketiga. So hari ini macam mana? Ke dari nombor 3 semalam nak tahu nombor 1?
Okey, macam semalam saya tahu mistake saya adalah starting. Yang paling worst lah, paling teruk. And hari ini insyaAllah saya akan cuba yang terbaik untuk perbaiki starting saya. And kalau boleh saya nak berada and stay di kelompok depan dan fighting sampai ke last lap.
Okey Ibrahim, all the best. Dan kita akan bersama dengan seorang lagi pelumba yang bermula di petak yang ke-9. Mr. Ulas Nanda yang kita tahu ini adalah pelumba daripada India. Dan kita akan bertanyakan soalan. Hello. One question for you. How is the race 1 yesterday and what is your target for race 2?
Race 1 was okay. I had a problem, mechanical issue at lap number 4, so I had to retire. So okay, I need to improve my target. So these guys are fast. First time, yeah, I need to improve my lap timing. At least stay 2-3 laps behind them, watch them, learn. So that is my target, improve my timing. So thank you.
Thank you, all the best. And kembali semula bersama dengan Harmy.
Terima kasih Nasha di grid tadi. Okey, nak cakap sikit pasal 600cc ni dalam perlombaan yang berlangsung semalam dalam perlombaan yang pertama. Kari dan Pawi yang memang berentap hebat dengan Azroy, satu pasukan mereka rakan pasukan dari Bonsi Honda Racing Team. Dan ketika itu juga Syarifudin Azman yang cuba memberikan cabaran peringkat awal tapi lepas tu dia nampak ke belakang sedikit, ketinggalan sedikit. Dia dua pelumba ni saja di depan. Kip dan juga Azroy yang berada di depan, tapi Kip menggunakan pengalamannya ketika distance 15. Macam mana Daniel katakan semalam, that's a good example macam mana contoh terbaik untuk mengharungi selekor 15 dan dapatkan advantage dalam di penghujung perlombaan.
That's right, animated as Azra, and you can see him showing just a little bit, which was literally the gap between himself and his teammate Kip. But definitely, Kip is one of the riders who, well, let's face it, he's one of the most experienced riders that we have on the grid in regards to performances internationally. He's a race winner, and he knows very well how to win a race, and that was shown yesterday in race 1 in the way that he took turn 15 to beat his teammate to the line. But for now as well, we have other amazing performances as well. Daniel Shami in warm-up looking very strong. And I feel like the story can be very different for today because warm-up has really shown a lot of riders improving, and the script can be completely different as today progresses. And Nazrul Izzat as well, in warm-up he had a really good performance. In warm-up, if I'm not mistaken, he did a 2 minute 12 was his fastest. Yes, it was 2 minute 12.8, so improvements all across the grid.
Ya, kita walaupun dia dapat melakukan masa yang baik dalam warm up dan kita harapkan dia dapat translate catatan masa warm up tu sewaktu perlumbaan. Dan Muhammad Syahrul Izwan, Muhammad Syahril yang kita lihat sekarang ini berada di grid.
And for now, looking back down the line, this is Nazrul Izzat's teammate, Ayman Tairuddin. Had a bit of a tough time readjusting himself for this weekend. He was still stuck in the 2-minute 14s was his best in the race. And in warm-up, he didn't find anything extra. He was doing 2:15.9. That was his fastest. So plenty to be found and plenty to be desired for Muhammad Ayman Tairuddin.
Ya, dia bermula dari petak yang ke-8. Maafkan saya. Dia akan bermula petak yang ke-8 bagi Ayman Tairuddin. Dan Ulas Santrup Nanda bermula dari petak yang ke-9. 9 pelumba kesemuanya. Nazrul Izzat yang kita lihat berada di tempat yang petak yang ke-6. Dan dalam perlumbaan ini semalam Syarifudin Azman yang pada awal dapat memberikan cabaran kepada Khalidan Pawi dan Azroy Hakim Anwar, tapi selepas itu dia terjatuh di turn 15. Cuma kalau kita lihatkan dalam 250 tadi, perbezaan sedikit kerana bagaimana semalam persaingan Iqmal Hamidi yang cuba memberikan Iqmal Haikal yang cuba memberikan cabaran semalam rapat, tapi hari ini nampak jauh sikit. Mungkin ada perbezaan juga pada 600 kerana semalam adalah semalam, hari ini adalah hari ini dalam perlumbaan. So jadi ada masih peluang baru kepada semua pelumba, terutamanya bagi Syarifudin Azman, Ibrahim Nuruddin untuk berikan cabaran kepada dua pelumba di hadapan ini. Khalidan Pawi yang berada di petak utama, Azra Hakim Anwar petak yang kedua. 3 Muhammad Syarifudin Azman, 4 Muhammad Ibrahim Muhammad Nuruddin, 5 Muhammad Daniel Syami Ahmad Syarif, 6 Nazrul Izzat Muhammad Bahaudin. Di petak ke-7 Muhammad Syahrul Izwan Muhammad Syahril, 8 Muhammad Ayman Tairuddin dan 9 Ulas Santrup Nanda. 9 pelumba dalam MSBK 600 sekarang. Dalam keadaan tadi mendung, tapi sekarang ini agak tidak semendung tadi dan cuaca agak tidak begitu panas di litar Sepang. Jadi yang penting kerana saya katakan ini adalah faktor suhu di litar, dan ini memberikan juga kesan kepada penggunaan tayar, dan kerana jika panas cengkaman tayar terlebih kuat dan mereka lebih dapat grip easier and faster untuk mereka lakukan masa yang lebih baik. Dan tapi bila cuaca tidak begitu panas, suhu di litar juga tidak tinggi, dan it's going to take time for them untuk dapatkan grip yang mereka perlukan untuk melakukan catatan masa yang lebih baik.
Yeah, that's right. I think definitely these conditions, I would say, are actually ideal for racing in terms of tire wear. There's not going to be much degradation for the tires, so definitely these riders are able to push harder and for longer for sure. Someone going off wide there, one of the Yamahas, I believe, already on the sighting lap. But it's definitely ideal. But the weather has just constantly changed every minute that we look up into the sky. At one point it looked like it was about to have rainfall, and now it just looks like it's just cloudy and doesn't look too threatening in regards to rain. So for now it's just a really good dry race. Track temperature is going to be lovely for the riders, and we should see some really good action, quite different from what we had in warm-up. So I'm looking at the warm-up lap times, and I don't think I can use that as a reference point because, as always, the bike's tuning is also reliant on the weather, on the air temperature, and everything can be so different. Every race is so different from the last one.
Ya, dan petang juga saya pasti keadaan yang pelumba yang sama di litar yang sama, tapi juga akan berubah. Kerana kita dah saksikan ini adalah salah satu dalam nature dalam perlumbaan ini. Dalam perlumbaan, setiap perlumbaan itu adalah berbeza, dan pelumba akan mengambil pengalaman pengajaran daripada apa yang mereka lalui semalam untuk mereka bawa pada hari ini, dan mereka akan gunakan juga apa yang berlaku hari ini pagi ini untuk ke sebelah petang nanti. Tapi apapun, inilah pemenang perlumbaan semalam yang menunjukkan skill dan menunjukkan kemampuannya, menggunakan pengalaman yang ada untuk dia mengharungi litar ini untuk berada di tempat yang pertama, dan sekarang menantikan ke semua pelumba Azroy tetapnya sampai ke kedudukan grid perlumbaan. Ibrahim Muhammad Nuruddin bermula dari petak yang keempat, Daniel Syami Syaril petak yang kelima, Muhammad Syarifudin Azman petak yang ketiga. Apa 3 pelumba asasi boleh lakukan untuk menyekat Bonsi Honda Racing yang berada di depan 2 pelumba mereka? 10 pusingan, mereka dilepaskan sekarang. Kip melakukan permulaan yang baik. Azroy juga lakukan permulaan yang begitu baik. Di mana nombor 63, tapi kita lihat di situ 57 Daniel Syami yang juga bermula dengan baik, dan Daniel Syami berada di depan Azroy. Nampak dua pelumbasasi yang berada di depan Azroy sekarang, tapi Kip meluncur dengan baik untuk berada di tempat yang pertama menuju ke selekoh yang kedua. Permulaan yang terbaik ditunjukkan oleh Daniel Syami, dan seorang lagi pelumbasasi di sebelahnya. Sementara Azroy yang berada di tempat yang keempat sekarang ini dengan Khairul Idham Pawi berada di tempat yang pertama.
Yeah, that was a glimpse of Daniel Shami that we're used to seeing back in the 250s, but Azroy has made the move back on him at turn 4. Now it's Daniel Shami in front of Ibrahim. Azroy has found himself into third, but Sharfudin Azman, he's come away with this very nicely, and he's found himself right behind Kip right now at turn 5. But that was such a brilliant start from Daniel Shami, and he's in a good position to maintain his pace right behind Azroy. He can take that as his reference point.
Ya, semalam kita lihat bagaimana pasukan SIC ini gagal untuk menyaingi pasukan Bonsi Honda, kecuali kalau ketika di peringkat awal Damok yang berjaya merapat, tapi selepas itu dia juga dah lost pace dengan dua pelumba di depan. Dari peringkat awal ni kedudukan masih lagi rapat antara mereka. Dengan terus memberikan cabaran adalah Syarifuddin Azman yang berada tempat yang kedua, Azroy tempat yang ketiga, Daniel Syami tempat yang keempat, kemudian Ibrahim Nuruddin di tempat yang kelima. Dengan belakang, tak silap saya itu Ayoy yang berada di kedudukan di belakang dari satu kumpulan. Di hadapan ini kita berada di lap yang pertama, 10 lap yang mereka akan habiskan dalam perlombaan ini. Dan ini yang jadi ujiannya untuk keep the pace, untuk berada dalam kumpulan dan berdekatan dengan pendahulu bagi perlombaan. Setakat ini kita lihat catatan terpantas sektor yang ketiga milik Khairul Idham Pawi, di sektor yang kedua Syarifuddin Azman yang sekarang berada tempat yang kedua dengan Daniel Syami. Mencatat masa yang terpantas. Cantik sliding yang dilakukan.
Yeah, it was a great move there from Ibrahim Nuruddin to slide in at turn 15. I think Ibrahim has realized that Azroy, Syarifuddin Azman and Kip, they are starting to pull away. They're going to get the better pace, so he has to make it pass and find himself behind them if he hopes to win this race. Fastest lap just came through by Syarifuddin Azman. It looks so far the positions have remained. Daniel Syami keeping close, but quite an impressive ride so far by Nazrul Izzat. He's found himself at the back of these 5 riders, and he's still within the same area, and he's gotten close to that turn 1 as well.
Semalam kita dapat lihat Ibrahim Nuruddin melakukan slide yang sama. Itu style that reminds me of Azlan Syakhamul Zaman so much. Azlan yang gemar melakukan slide begitu dalam perlombaan di Witara Sepang ini. Nazrul Izzat seperti yang dikatakan tadi berada di tempat yang ke-6 dan mengikuti rapat dalam kumpulan ini, dan kita dapat lihat setakat ini pasukan SIC dapat untuk memberikan cabaran kepada pasukan Bonzi Honda dengan seorang pelumba Yamaha yang berada di belakang Yamaha Jemlu Racing Team ASEAN, Nazrul Izzat yang berada di belakang Daniel Syami sekarang. Daniel Syami ketinggalan sedikit selepas permulaan yang baik darinya di awal perlombaan, dan mereka perlu untuk beri tekanan kepada pelumba di depan. Dan seperti yang dikatakan tadi, Ibrahim dia dah lepas Daniel Syami dan sekarang ini cuba untuk menyertai 3 pelumba di depan. Dan takat ini Syarifuddin Azman mempertahankan kedudukannya daripada Azroy yang berada di tempat yang ketiga di pusingan yang lap yang kedua ini.
I was just seeing momentarily there at the background, I saw Nazrul Izzat putting a move on Daniel Syami. I wonder if he's made it past. And yes, he has. Nazrul Izzat has made it past, and it looks like he's got really good pace, and he's almost matching the sector times of the front runners. So if he can find himself behind the likes of Ibrahim right now, he should be on course to have a really good fight. But that, of course, also depends on whether his tire can last, because he's pushing it, but right now he's got nothing to lose, and he's trying really hard. But you can see Daniel Syami, he's trying to respond. Azra Hakim Anwar, he gets the slipstream on Syarifuddin Azman. He's going to make a move here at turn 15, and he gets the inside line, and he manages to make it stick. But Syarifuddin Azman, I think he's going to get good drive coming out of here. Azra trying to hold him on that tight line. Kip is starting to pull a slight gap between the rest of them. It looks like Azra now back into second. Kip set the fastest lap at 2:10.093, getting very close to the 2:09s that we've seen before. And Azra there. Bit of a moment on the brakes. Nazrul Izzat as well there, trying to block Daniel Syami from making a maneuver there. Ibrahim Nuruddin, now the pressure's on him, whether or not he can catch up to the front 3. He's still within view, within sight of them. Nazrul Izzat's charge, somehow, I think Nazrul Izzat's charge has helped Daniel Syami to push on further. because they're lapping within the 211s now. Nazrul Izzat at 211.3. Now to turn 4, you can see that Nazrul Izzat, the aggressive riding style, similar to what we see with Ibrahim. Like Harmy mentioned, similar to Azan Shah's riding style back when he was riding the 600s. A very aggressive style of entering the turns. But for now, looking at the front, Kip, he's maintained the distance. I wouldn't say it's increased by much. There's Azra as well. He's on a really good lap so far. Fast Sector 1. Sector 2, not too bad either. But for now, looks like Shafiuddin Azman, a bit different in the way he's riding compared to race 1 yesterday, where he seemed to be testing the waters in every lap, every turn. Looks like he's just waiting for the right moments as it is.
Pentingnya untuk kita lihat pada catatan masa yang mereka lakukan, kerana sekarang ini semakin rapat kalau kita lihatkan Azra dan Syarifuddin Azman, walaupun mereka bersaing battling each other, tapi sekarang ini Khalid Dampawi tadi perbezaan 0.7 saat berada di depan Azra Hakim Anwar. Dan sini yang pentingnya kalau kita dapat lihat berapa catatan masa yang dilakukan selepas ini, kerana ada baki 8 pusingan lagi, 7.5 yang dikirakan. Dan Nazrul Izzat dengan sedikit, tapi di depan Syami Dam. Now you can see clearly, dia nampak dengan jelas bahawa sekarang ini semakin rapat Azroy dan Syarifuddin Azman di belakang Khalid Dampawi. Walaupun tadi dia agak selesa, tapi sekarang ini sudah rapat Azroy, Syarifuddin dan Ibrahim Nuruddin menggunakan 30 di depannya ini mengejar untuk merapatkan di sekarang. Tadi 0.7 saat, sekarang ini semakin kurang 0.4 saat di antara Khalid Dampawi, Azroy dan Syarifuddin Azman di tempat yang ketiga. Sekali lagi, ini adalah perebutan battle antara 3 pelumba ini seperti semalam.
Yeah, these three names once again, but Ibrahim, he's getting closer and closer. His lap time as well, it's not been too bad, but it's not just slightly slower than the front three. And for now, Shafiuddin Azman, looks like he's just waiting patiently there in third. He knows that Kip has superior pace, but so far Kip's unable to unleash that and pull away, because Azra is just within a few corners of being able to actually make a move. But Daniel Shami, he's made it past Nazrul Izzat somewhere at the back there. I think it was down the straight out of turn 15. Daniel Shami has retook 5th position away from Nazrul Izzat. But so far, what an improvement it has been for Nazrul Izzat and the Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team ASEAN. But Daniel Shami as well, he's having the ride of his life. At 2:11.934 was his lap time. He's really lapping much faster than what we saw yesterday, and that's really close riding there between Nazrul Izzat and Daniel Shami. I'm pretty sure he's going to try and pull in the move at turn 9. The front four have not close enough there for Nazrul Izzat, or the top four. He's getting distracted by this whole battle going on here, because they're both keeping each other within arm's reach. It looks like at any moment Nazrul Izzat is just going to try and play the block pass.
Memang sangat rapat sekali, betul-betul berada di belakang saya dan General Syami, Nazrul Izzat yang terus battle antara dua pelumba ini memberikan cabaran kerana kelajuan mereka yang hampir sama antara kedua-dua pelumba. Ini sebenarnya dia mencarikan ruang terbaik untuk dia masuk mintas, dan setakat ini General Syami menutup ruang untuk Nazrul Izzat yang cuba untuk berikan untuk masuk. Dan ini sekarang turn 15. Adalah peluang untuk Nazrul Izzat, dari bagaimana kedua pelumba ini boleh masuk dan keluar pada bukan yang baik. Nazirul cuba dari bahagian dalam lawa. Cantik sekali yang dilakukan oleh kedua pelumba, tapi masih Daniel Syami bertahan kedudukan di hadapan di tempat yang kelima. Nazrul Izzat tempat yang keenam. Di depan masih lagi persaingan antara Khalid Dampawi, Azroy dan Syarifuddin. Belum lagi tamat dengan Syarifuddin melakukan masa terbaik tadi di sektor yang pertama dalam pusingan sebelum ini. Catatan masa 2:10.223 oleh Khalid Dampawi, 2:10.333 oleh Azroy, 2:10.351 oleh Syarifuddin Azman, dan Ibrahim Nuruddin juga melakukan 2:10.574. Jadi 4 pelumba di hadapan ini. Tapi kita boleh lihatkan lebih pada 3 pelumba, kerana sekarang Ibrahim cuba untuk mengejar, cuba untuk masuk dalam kumpulan di hadapan. Jarak antara Ibrahim adalah 1.48 saat di belakang Syarifuddin Azman, dan lebih kurang dalam 2.4 saat di belakang Khalid Dampawi yang mendahului pelumban sekarang ini. Tapi dia ada masa lagi dalam lebih kurang 5,5 pusingan untuk melakukannya, dan dia semakin cuba menghampiri catatan masa yang penting, kerana dia lakukan 2:10.574. Dia perlu melakukan dalam 2:10.2 untuk rapat dengan pelumba-pelumba di depan, seperti yang dilakukan oleh Syarifuddin Tari dan juga Azroy yang lakukan catatan masa yang lebih baik dari setiap pusingan, lebih pusingan, dan ini membolehkan Azroy berada dekat di belakang. Dia lakukan 2:10.183 Azroy dan Syami selagi menutup ruang dengan Azroy Izzat sentiasa mencuba untuk memintasnya. Dan tadi saya kata pada catatan masa Azroy terbaiknya adalah 2:10.173 pada lap yang ketiga. Itu catatan terbaik peribadi untuk Azroy Hakim Anwar. Sementara tumpuan kita pada 2 pelumba sekarang ini, Daniel Syami yang masih lagi tidak membenarkan, tidak membagi ruang kepada Nazrul Izzat untuk masuk memintas. Nazrul Izzat yang betul-betul berada di belakang. Ini adalah distance, striking distance untuk Nazrul Izzat untuk dia memintas. Tapi setiap kali itu Daniel Syami menggunakan power pada motosikalnya untuk menghalang dan sampai lagi di turn 15. Dan di sini break dari dalam, cantik sekali dari Nazrul Izzat daripada dalam dengan Daniel Syami agak wide sedikit untuk mendapatkan slingshot masuk dari bahagian dalam. Tapi kali ini Nazrul Izzat yang berada di depan dan dia keluar sebagai pendahulu kepada pertarungan persaingan antara dua pelumba itu. Naik tempat yang kelima Nazrul Izzat menuju ke sektor pertama dan long straight line. Siapa yang lebih jago antara Nazrul Izzat dan Daniel Syami, kerana di situ kita boleh lihat perbezaannya nanti. Tapi bagaimanapun kita berikan perhatian dari sekali lagi pada persaingan dua pelumba ini. Ya, straight line Daniel Syami yang akan berada di depan.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel Syami, he, like I mentioned, if you take that aggressive late entry into turn 15, you will compromise sometimes your exit. And Nazrul Izzat, if you take the later line, you have a better exit and run down the straight, more top speed. And you can see Nazrul Izzat, he had the inside line, so he couldn't get on the throttle as quick as Daniel Syami did, and that's why he just blitzes past. But it looks like Karyo Dampawi just did the fastest first sector timing. And if people are wondering why the gap between the front three looks almost identical, it's because their sector times were almost identical every sector that they came through. It's all within the low tenths that are gap differentiating them. And you can see now, however, Azroy has closed the gap between himself and Kip, and looks like Shafid and Azman, he's getting a bit left behind. Ibrahim's charge has slowed down because he went really... Oh, the nearly contact between Nazrul Izzat and Daniel Syami. That was close there. Nazrul Izzat tried once again, but Daniel Syami, he's just so good at defending his line. He's making life so difficult for Nazrul Izzat. And you could see that they were so close to contact. Daniel Syami just blocking every aggressive maneuver that he could pull, and very, very close to contact with the rear of Daniel Syami's bike was Nazrul Izzat. And for now, we look back at the front. Azra and Kip are starting to pull away. We saw Azra closing the gap between his teammate at the front, and Sharvid and Azman looks like he's starting to drop behind. I just mentioned that on the previous lap, the sector timings were almost identical, but it looks now that Ibrahim, he's finding his strides, but Sharvid and Azman, much like yesterday in race 1, is unable to keep up with the front two.
Ya, seperti semalam juga pada waktu inilah yang kita lihat di mana Syarifuddin Azman mula ketinggalan sikit di belakang dua pelumba ini, dan Kip melakukan masa terpantas sekarang ni 2:09.960. Semalam masa yang terbaik best time 2:10 yang dilakukan 2:10.309 oleh Adroy. Hari ini dia lakukan 2:09.960 untuk melakukan masa terpantas dan mengekalkan kedudukannya di hadapan.
Wow, and speaking identical, Azra Hakim Anwar and Kip have done the exact same sector 1 timing. I was about to say that Kip is about to improve on his lap time, at 26.973 in sector 1. Azra has just done the exact same 26.973. Both of them on really fast pace. They're looking to start pulling away. I think this is a new tactic. Yesterday they saw that, Nazrul Izzat, he's crashed out. This is at turn 1, I believe.
Yep. Oh, sayang sekali bagi Nazrul Izzat yang sedang berentap hebat dengan Daniel Syami. Terkeluar dari perlumbaan. Sewaktu kita berikan tumpuan pada persaingan dua ini. Ini ada dua pelumba yang semalam berebut tempat pertama, dan saya rasa Azroy semakin hampir dengan Karyo Dampawi, tapi Karyo Dampawi masa yang tadi lakukannya cukup pantas, dan setakat ini dua sektor yang pertama juga milik Karyo Dampawi, menunjukkan dia semakin laju di depan berbanding dengan Azroy. Tapi pada distance ni Daniel dengan masa ada lagi lebih kurang 3,5 pusingan, masih boleh lagi untuk Azroy mengejar, asalkan dalam lingkungan kurang dari 1 saat yang mereka ada sekarang.
what I'm seeing, I don't know, because it looks like Azra is struggling for grip on the exits. But what if this was Kip's plan, which would be absolutely brilliant, what he might have done just now was set the pace for everyone else, and what was comfortable for him was maybe a push for everyone else, which made their tires degrade faster, and now maybe he has some reserve tire left, which is why he's able to ride at this really high pace. And he's done the fastest lap of the race on the weekend. Again, he's 0.1 seconds faster than his teammate. So it looks like Kip's just gonna edge this through. So 0.6 gap between himself and Azroy. At the back here now, Ibrahim has closed the gap a bit with his teammate Sharfin and Azman. Now the gap between the pair of them is only 0.7 seconds. So Ibrahim, he, again, like in what we saw in yesterday's race, it's the same story. We saw Ibrahim at the start of the race start to fall behind, and closer in the last few laps, he starts to reel everyone back in.
Dan kita lihat memang rapat semalam begini juga, tapi nampak kelajuan yang dilakukan oleh Khalid Dampawi yang agak konsisten catatan masa yang dilakukannya. Turun sedikit pada lap tadi 2.10, 1.29 berbanding 2.09 sebelum itu, tapi Azroy lakukan masa perlahan sedikit daripada Khalid Dampawi, dan ini membolehkan dia meneruskan cabarannya. Sekarang ini yang kita melihat dan dilihat adalah battle di antara dua pelumba pasukan Bonsi Honda Racing Team untuk 1 dan 2, dan dua pelumba SIC Racing untuk 3 dan 4 yang berada di belakang sana yang kita lihat. Dan untuk menentukan tempat terakhir di atas podium antara dua pelumba ini, di antara Syarifudin Azman dan juga Ibrahim Muhammad Nuruddin yang berada di belakangnya, berikan tekanan, berikan cabaran kepada rakan di hadapan, sementara di depan masih lagi Khalid Dampawi yang unggul mendahului perlumbaan. Ini Syarul Izwan Muhammad Syahrir nombor 36 berada di tempat yang ke-6 selepas Nazrul Izzat yang terjatuh tadi, dan Nazrul Izzat, dan dia sekarang Aiman di tempat yang ke-7, Syarul Izwan tempat yang ke-6 dan tempat yang ke-8 Ulas Santrup Nanda. Sementara kalau kita lihat Nazrul Izzat yang terjatuh pada pusingan sebelum dari tempat yang ke-9. Jadi bagaimana Azrai Hakim Anwar? Dia ada lagi lebih kurang 2 lap untuk cuba mengejar rakan pasukannya.
Yeah, Azra really has to make it on this. He has to close the gap on this lap and make sure he lines up the move. And we saw that's exactly what Kip did in return in turn 15. So I wonder whether Azra can plan this to perfection. Has he left enough to push now for the second last and the last lap? The gap has closed a bit. It's 0.4 seconds now. You can see Azra taking a much more aggressive tight line. He's trying to keep up with his teammate. And for that lap as well that we just had completed, Azroy has done the fastest lap time by nearly 0.2 seconds compared to Kip. So the charge is on. Ibrahim Nuruddin at the back there as well. He's caught up with Sharfin and Azman. The move is going to come at any moment now. And it's the same story that we had yesterday. It's almost a replica of yesterday's race. And for now, look at that. Ibrahim Nuruddin, he's found himself right behind the rear wheel of Sharfin and Azman. And Sharfin and Azman, he's going to have to really defend with all his might. I saw his bike have some chatter, so maybe he's having grip issues as well. So this is looking worrying. Can he save himself a podium for race 2? And nearly there, Ibrahim. He had a look. He wanted to make that move, but it's not coming yet. Turn 9, Ibrahim is strong. Will it happen there? Azra trying to close the gap. He won't make the move here, but let's see Ibrahim Nuruddin. He loves turn 9. We've seen him always make a move here, but ooh, not close enough. But Sharfin and Azman really on the limit there trying to defend.
Ya, kita boleh lihat bagaimana Sharifudin menutup ruang untuk sampai selekoh dari dalam. Dia tutup ruang, tidak benarkan rakan pasukannya untuk masuk. Dan perkara yang sama juga berlaku di depan sekarang ini. Khalid Dampawi menutup ruang, tidak benarkan Azrai Hakim Anwar untuk masuk memintas. Dan walaupun pada jarak yang ada ini, kita tahu jarak yang boleh untuk Azrai cuba memintas, tapi Kip bijak menutup ruang, dan setiap sampai di selekoh dia berjaya menutup ruangnya. Okay, kita beri tumpuan daripada dua pelumba di hadapan ini sampai di turn 15 untuk Azroy dan juga Khalid Dampawi. Bagaimana kali ini Azroy berada di bahagian dalam, dan Khalid Dampawi menggunakan strategi yang semalam dia lakukan untuk keluar exit dari turn 15 dan berjaya untuk berada di depan. Mereka ini adalah kali yang kedua terakhir. Selepas ini adalah lap yang terakhir untuk mereka cuba lakukan, sementara di belakang dan menuju ke selekoh yang pertama antara Khalid Dampawi dan juga Azroy. Azroy sekali lagi cuba, tapi tidak tutup dengan baik oleh Karoi dan Pawi, tidak memberikan ruang kepada Azrai Hakim Anwar yang berada di belakangnya. Sementara 3 dan 4 juga sedang bersaing hebat. Syarifudin Azman juga mempertahankan kedudukan daripada cabaran yang diberikan oleh Muhammad Ibrahim Muhammad Nuruddin, rakan sepasukannya yang cuba untuk berikan tekanan di belakang. Oh, ada pelumba itu alat back mata dan dari dalam sekali lagi. Kita lihat. Dia mencuba sebenarnya, dia mencuba. Ibrahim Nuruddin mencari, dan kita tahu dia suka sliding dan untuk mencari tempat yang sesuai untuk dia masuk di bahagian dalam. Tapi Syarifudin Azman menggunakan segala pengalaman yang ada untuk menutup ruang. Dan cukup ramai di antara kedua pelumba ini.
That was really close there between Ibrahim and Syarifudin Azman. Ibrahim was trying to make the move on the outside, but Syarifudin Azman as well, he was a bit wide and nearly contact between the both teammates. And it looks like Kip is really trying to defend with all his might. Azrai had a few looks, but looks like it's the same story once again. Azrai is probably going to try to pull a move, perhaps at turn 14. Look at the slide coming from Azrai's rear wheel. They're really destroying and shredding those rear tires on the Honda CBRs. And for now, it's Kip trying to defend, but there is a bit of a gap now. Looks like Kip's really strong at that third sector. And I wonder if is Azrai close enough, because this is quite a significant gap. If Kip can maintain this until turn 15, it's going to be really hard for Azrai to really make the move. And right now, coming down the back straight, Kip has quite the distance now. I don't know if Azrai is going to be able to make this. He's going to have a really good exit if he wants to catch him down the line, because for now, he's not going to make the move on the inside. It's not close enough. Kip is defending, and Azrai, he's trying, but it's not close still. Kip's taking a very different line from Azrai, and it looks like Kip, he's going to be victorious in race 2, and Azrai goes onto the grass, makes it back on the track. But Kip is victorious once again. Azrai second, and at the back there, Ibrahim Nuruddin, Syarifudin Azman, elbow to elbow. They come across the line. It's a photo finish. Who came across first? We can't tell, but by the looks of it, it's Syarifudin Azman. Elbow to elbow action here to conclude the second race of the MSBK 600 category. And at the back, Denol Shami comes across. But what a finish that was.
Ya, timing page menunjukkan Syarifudin Azman yang berada tempat yang ketiga. Ibrahim Nuruddin tempat yang keempat. Tapi memang mata kasar memang tidak dapat lihat antara dua pelumba ini siapa yang berada di depan. Tapi yang jelas Kai dan Pawi memang berada di depan, menewaskan Azrai Hakim Anwar yang keluar sedikit daripada Lita tadi selepas menuju ke gagasan penamat. Dan untuk mengkakan kedudukan semalam 1 untuk Kip, 2 Azrai Hakim Anwar, cuma perubahan tempat yang ketiga kerana kali ini Syarifudin Azman berjaya untuk pelumba di tempat yang ketiga. Kita saksikan sekali lagi begitu, dapat 66 dan 63 ini. 66 nampak di depan sedikit untuk sampai ke gagasan penamat.
Ooh. We still can't tell. That was too close. Okay, so as expected, final results under investigation because that was properly on the line.
Memang pada tayar yang sama di depan, mereka sampai ke penamat. Memang tak nampak, Daniel. It has to be photo finish untuk kita tahu siapa tempat yang ketiga. Tapi kalau berdasarkan timing pace, nama Muhammad Syarifudin Azman yang sampai terlebih dahulu, dan Ibrahim Nuruddin ketinggalan 0.004 saat. Imagine that. 0.004 saat di belakang Syarifudin Azman. That close antara kedua-dua pelumba.
Barely anything between them. We're still waiting to see the result of the photo finish because I think even the stewards are going to have their work cut out for them to see who actually had the advantage there. But of course, as per our timing screens, it is Syarifudin Azman who made it across first. But we will have an update on that shortly. For now, Kip is victorious twice in a row in the MSBK 600 category. Will he make it a hat trick later on this evening? That's all yet to be known. But for now, a 2:09.960, another very fast lap time by Kip. And what a form he's been having this weekend. Every time that we've seen him race since he's come back into racing, he's gotten gradually better and better and faster, looking like, once again, the rider that we remember, and it's so great to see him back on two wheels. And what a performance it has been by all the front runners. So we just got an update in regards to the photo finish. It seems that Ibrahim Nuruddin, number 66, He made it across the line first before his teammate Sharfin and Azman. So Ibrahim, he makes it onto the podium to make it a double podium for him. Double third place. And what a finish and what a fight that was till the end.
Ibrahim Nuruddin yang kalau kita lihat tadi timing pace tunjukkan Syafrin Azman, tapi photo finish 0.001 saat di belakang.
What a tiny gap that is.
Macam mana nak kira 0.001 saat dan kerana terlalu rapat antara kedua-dua pelumba ini. Itu jadi tamat bagi perlumbaan MSBK 600 yang mendebarkan antara semua pelumba. Kali dan Pawi tempat yang pertama, Azrul Hakim Anwar tempat yang kedua, Ibrahim Nuruddin menewaskan Syafruddin Azman di atas garisan penamat untuk tempat yang ketiga. Muhammad Denan Syami, Muhammad Syaril tempat yang kelima, 6, Muhammad Syarul Izwan, Muhammad Syaril 7, Aiman Tairuddin dan pula Santruk Nanda tempat yang ke-8 dan Nadrul Izzat Muhammad Baudin dapat menamatkan pertandingan. Kita menantikan untuk Nasha yang akan bersama dengan pemenang. Sementara Syafrin Azman mungkin memberikan penjelasan apa yang berlaku tadi. Dia tewas pada ledakan pasukannya di atas garisan penamat. Okey, kita bersama dengan Nasha sekarang yang bersama dengan Karwi dan Pawi.
Tanya Hakim, menang sekali lagi. Komen sikit pasal perlumbaan tadi.
Pertama, saya syukur Alhamdulillah lah. Pada awal pusingan, saya ada speed yang sangat bagus. Just saya fokus saya punya momentum. Pace saya pun memang sangat agak bagus. Ada 9, lepas tu 10 rendah. Jadi saya try konsisten. Pada 4 lap terakhir, start sliding tayar belakang. Jadi saya just control and cuba habis finish race yang terbaik lah.
Terima kasih Hakim. Kembali semula bersama dengan Harmi.
Kita akan nantikan podium bagi MSBK 600 yang baru tamat tadi dan seperti yang dikatakan oleh Daniel tadi, different race, different persaingan. Walaupun semalam kita lihat bagaimana Karidan Pawi dan Azroy berentak di depan dan Syafruddin Azman berada agak jauh sedikit di depan Ibrahim Nuruddin, tapi hari ini Ibrahim memberikan cabaran kepada Syafruddin Azman dalam pelumpaan sebelum dia berjaya menewaskan Syafruddin Azman di atas garisan penamat. Dan saya rasa I'm sure petang ini Syafruddin Azman akan cuba bangkit dan untuk mendapatkan sekurang-kurangnya tempat yang ketiga di atas podium, kerana untuk mengejar Karidan Pawi dan Azroy nampak yang pasukan SIC dapat menyaingi mereka di peringkat awal, tapi selepas lap keempat, kelima, ke-6, it seems that lepas tu semakin jauh perbezaan. Ketika sampai ke penamat pun, kalau kita lihat Ibrahim Nuruddin di ketinggalan 7.1 saat di belakang Karidan Pawi dan 6.4 saat di belakang Azroy. That's how much the difference between the two teams sewaktu sampai ke penamat. Tapi satu lagi perlumbaan yang akan berlangsung sebelah petang nanti, kita akan berikan tumpuan kepada MSBK 600 sekali lagi untuk perlumbaan yang ketiga di pusingan yang pertama ini. Okey, podium bagi MSBK 600.
Nak belakang sikit, Nan.
Perlumbaan yang kedua di tempat yang ketiga dimenangi oleh Muhammad Ibrahim Muhammad Nuruddin dari pasukan SIC Racing.
Sekali lagi Muhammad Ibrahim Muhammad Nuruddin. Ini adalah podium yang sama seperti semalam dalam perlumbaan yang pertama. Perlumbaan SIC Racing tempat yang ketiga nombor 66 Muhammad Ibrahim Muhammad Nuruddin. Di tempat yang kedua perlumbaan nombor 20 Azroy Hakim Anwar terpasukan Bonsi Honda Racing Team. Sekali lagi berpuas hati tempat yang kedua sebab memberikan cabaran yang hebat pada Karwi dan Pawi yang buat kali kedua memenangi perlumbaan di tempat yang pertama. untuk pasukan Ponsiu Honda Racing Team.
Baiklah, sekali lagi di tempat yang ketiga
Akan disampaikan oleh Presiden Penang Motorsports Club, legend kita Puan Meng Heng, jago perlumbaan.
Di tempat yang kedua, Azrai Hakim Anwar
Pada
dari
perlumbaan
pasukan
tempat ketiga, Mike Ibrahim Muhammad
Honda
Nordin,
Racing Team.
dua Azrai Hakim Anwar.
Dan pemenang untuk
Menang bagi perlumbaan ini. Sekali lagi, buat kali yang kedua di hujung minggu. Pusingan yang pertama ini, nombor 89, Karol Idampawi.
Terima kasih kepada Encik Kormehen dan tanya sekali lagi diucapkan kepada kesemua pemenang bagi perlumbaan MSBK 600cc perlumbaan yang kedua.
Ini kedudukan bagi MSBK 600 dengan dua kemenangan buat Karol Idampawi, 50 mata yang berjaya diraih selepas tamat dua perlumbaan. Ada satu lagi pada sebelah petang nanti. Aldroy dua kali tempat yang kedua, 40 mata. Ibrahim Nordin dua kali tempat yang ketiga, 32 mata. Daniel Syami tempat yang keempat, 24 mata bersama dengan Muhammad Syarifuddin Azman di tempat yang kelima, 24 mata. Syarul Ezwan Muhammad Syarif tempat yang ke-6, 19 mata. Aiman Tairudin tempat yang ke-7, 17 mata. Nadrul Izzat Muhammad Baudin tempat ke-8 dengan 10 mata. Dengan ulas Santup Nanda di tempat yang ke-9 dengan 8 mata. Okey, seterusnya kita akan saksikan bagi MSBK 1000 yang akan berlangsung sebentar lagi, di mana pelumba semua telah pun berada di kedudukan grid dan mereka akan kita akan bersama terlebih dahulu dengan Nasha yang akan bersama dengan pelumba-pelumba di grid dalam MSBK 1000cc ini. Dan semalam dua pelumba yang tidak menamakan perlumbaan adalah Teo Yujo dan Nick Hadi Nick Mahmud dalam kumpulan B. Tapi dalam kumpulan A menyaksikan penguasaan penuh Kasma Daniel Kasmayudin di tempat yang pertama, meninggalkan Azlan Shah Kamar Zaman dengan kelebihan 10.650 saat di gasan penamat, dengan Ahmad Daniel Haikal tempat yang ketiga, sementara Rajini Krishnan tempat yang keempat. Tempat yang kelima Ku Chien 6, Muhammad Syukri Mazuki 7, Raja Nazim Iskandar 8, T. Wijin 9, Michael Luke-Stone dan 10 Osama Mariai. Kedudukan untuk 10 pelumba semalam. Tapi hari ini cerita lain, bagaimana adakah mampu ada pelumba yang dapat memberikan cabaran kepada Kasma Daniel Kasmayudin yang berada di kedudukan tempat yang pertama yang kelebihan terjauh semalam. Kita nanti selepas bersedia akan bersama dengan Nasha yang berada di grid permulaan perlumbaan sekarang ini.
Okey, baiklah, sekarang ini kita akan bersama dengan seorang pelumba dari India iaitu Rajini Krishnan. Hello Rajini.
Hi.
So, what's your target for this race?
My target need to do good lap timing because after long time coming to ride again, the COVID I couldn't come here almost some 3 years. Maybe 3 years I'm not riding in 1000, maybe international also. Yeah, going very good now. Every section I am improving. Maybe I hope I need to finish maybe good lap timing and good position. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, dan kita akan bersama dengan seorang pelumba MSBK 1000ccb yang semalam merupakan pelumba yang yang menang nombor 1 iaitu CY Ku ataupun Kochi. CY. Yep. Macam mana perlumbaan hari ini? Semalam kata luck you menang semalam. So hari ini rasanya luck akan menyebelahi you juga tak?
For today, I don't think there is much of luck today. So yeah, we need to work a little bit more hard to consistently score the position and the points. Yeah, so I think today basically the 2 races for me is very important. As long as we got a consistent point scoring, so I think we should have a good position end of the day.
Okey, terima kasih CY, dan kita akan bersama dengan seorang lagi pelumba yang kalau kita lihat semalam beliau sebelah pada CY iaitu rakan sepasukannya iaitu T. Wijin. T. Wijin, apa target untuk hari ini?
Saya rasa fitness okey, bike hebat, jangan hujan, mungkin boleh fight dengan top 3, top 4 lah.
Terima kasih T. Wijin. Kita kembali semula bersama dengan Harmi.
So some nice words there. Yes, there was a bit of luck on Kuchien's side when Teo Yujo had a spill at turn 1. But as he said, it's going to be important 2 races for him in the B fight. But that's all yet to come. For now, it looks like the weather, it's constantly changing every time we have a look at it. And here we have the performer yesterday and quite the character himself, Kasma Daniel, untouchable in race 1. And let's see, so far in warm-up as well, he was in a class of his own, and he might rewrite the same story once again. And here's Azlan Shah. He'll be looking to bring the charge on. Yesterday he said that there was a bit of an issue with his tire choice. In warm-up he was decent as well, but he's going to have to find quite a bit more if he wants to keep up with the likes of Kasma. Back here we see Ahmad Daniel Haikal. Daniel Haikal doing a good lap time, very fast actually in warm-up. In comparison to his timings in race, he's done a 2:10.8, and there you can see his coach Farid Badrul. So Daniel Haikal, he'll be looking to try and keep up with sunglasses in the visor there for Sama Mariai. Not something you see every day. Perhaps smoked visors were out of stock recently at the shop for the helmets, but down next to Sama we see none other than Nick Hadi on that beautiful Ducati Panigale V4R, full with the Ducati suit as well. He had a good performance, good lap times, but he was just unable to finish the race yesterday. An early retirement stopped his progression. And here we have Teo Yujo. He'll be very disappointed with how yesterday's race ended for him, but he'll definitely be looking to capitalize on a good performance up to that moment. And he'll be looking to try and keep up at the front for the B group. Now there's CY Ku, otherwise known as Ku Chi Yen, from the Mobile Loop Suzuki Racing Team. Next to him is his teammate as well, both on the Suzuki bikes. So this row is completely locked out by the Suzuki GSX-R 1000R. There's T Region, his teammate, on the beautiful Suzuki machinery, I must say. It's good to see this mix of manufacturers in the MSBK 1000 class. We have the bikes from the Yamahas, the BMWs, the Suzukis, and the Hondas, and even a Kawasaki on the grid with this. We haven't seen the Kawasaki's for a while, so it's great to see at least a Kawasaki representative now on the grid. Here's Raja Nazim. He had a decent outing yesterday in warm-up as well. He was not doing too bad. He was 9th overall, 5th fastest in the B group. And here we have Nick Hadi, Nick Mahmoud. Ahmad Shukri, sorry. Ahmad Shukri, he's definitely not one that's not recognizable because we've always seen him in the Malaysian Superbike Championship. I think it's been 5 seasons in a row that we've had him. He'll be looking to capitalize on experience because he's on a new machinery as well in the Honda CBR. And here's Michael Lookstone. Michael Lookstone, the teammate of Muhammad Shukri for the Ezra Racing Team. And he had a good improvement in race 1 as well. He improved his lap time by nearly 3 seconds, which shows the narrative that in a race situation, sometimes you find a little bit extra. Some riders can be struggling in qualifying, but once the race starts, all your woes go away and you just start focusing on everyone in front of you. And that brings out the extra intensity in the way that you ride.
Dalam perlumbaan di pusingan yang pertama ni tiada Zakwan Zaidi, Helmi Azman yang sedang berlatih sekarang ini untuk ke Suzuka 4 Hours di Jepun yang akan berlangsung pada minggu depan, perlombaan Suzuka 4 Hours, dan ini memberikan kekosongan kepada grid sedikit, tiada 2 pelumba dan utamanya bagi Zakwan, dan jadi pencabaran kepada Kasma Daniel sekarang ini terarah kepada Adlan Syahkamar Zaman yang memberikan cabaran. Tapi catatan masa, kalau kita lihatkan pada sewaktu sesi kelayakan 2:07.585 oleh Kasma Daniel berbanding 2:08.321 oleh Adlan Syahkamar Zaman. Dan sewaktu perlombaan semalam pun Kasma menggunakan sepenuhnya kuasa yang ada pada jentera dan juga pengalaman dan skillnya untuk berada jauh di depan di peringkat awal, dan ini menyukarkan dan menyebabkan agak susah bagi Adlan untuk mengejar kerana best time untuk Kasma semalam sewaktu perlombaan 2:07.831, sementara Adlan melakukan masa 2:09.255 saat. Ini adalah grid bagi MSBK 1000 di petak yang pertama. Nombor 127 Kasma Daniel Kasmayuddin dalam kumpulan A, pasukan YAMAHA Blue Racing Team ASEAN. Dan di petak yang kedua Adlan Syahkamar Zaman, pelumba nombor 25 Horizon Racing Team. Di petak yang ketiga Ahmad Daniel Haikal di nombor 99 juga dalam kumpulan A. Petak yang keempat Rajini Krishnan juga dalam kumpulan A untuk RACR Castra Power One Ultimate. Petak yang kelima Osama Mariai dalam kumpulan B nombor 44. Petak yang keenam nombor 23 Nick Hadi Nick Mahmud. Petak yang ketujuh nombor 16 Teo Yujo kumpulan B. Petak yang ke-8 Ko Chi Yen Mobilup Suzuki Racing Team. Petak yang ke-9 Tiwi Jin Mobilup Suzuki Racing Team. Di petak yang ke-10 Raja Nazim Iskandar. Petak yang ke-11 Muhammad Shukri Muhammad Zoki Esra Racing Team. Petak ke-12 Michael Lookstone untuk Esra Racing Team. Itulah bukan grid. Cuaca semakin baik nampaknya di atas, dan ini memberikan kita untuk menyaksikan perlumbaan yang lebih mencabar, lebih menarik kerana cuaca yang baik di Lita sekarang. Yes, sebab Daniel cakap tadi, cuaca ini memang cuaca yang baik untuk berlumba dan tidak begitu panas dan keadaan yang cengkaman di Lita kerana ada cahaya matahari, jadi mereka mendapatkan grip yang mereka mahukan. Cuma tidak seperti jika dalam cuaca yang begitu panas, suhu di track. Yang penting adalah suhu di Lita adalah yang mereka hendakkan untuk mendapatkan grip yang baik, terutama di awal perlumbaan ketika mereka perlu melakukan penceritaan di peringkat awal. Grip yang diperlukan untuk mendapatkan whole shot di depan. Jadi sekarang ini tumpuan kita kepada kumpulan B, terutamanya kerana persaingan semalam dan kumpulan B, dan kita akan lihat bagaimana berebutan untuk menangi perlumbaan ini di antara Kuji Yen, Muhammad Syukri, Umar Soki, Raja Nazim Iskandar, TV Jin, Michael Luxton, Osama Mariai, Tio Yujo dan Ning Hadi, Ning Mahmud. Yang semalam Ning Hadi dan Tio Yujo tidak dapat menamatkan perlumbaan DNF, jadi ini peluang mereka untuk lakukan sesuatu pada perlumbaan yang kedua sebelum kita ke perlumbaan yang ketiga yang akan berlangsung di sebelah petang nanti yang bermula pada jam 2 petang.
So plenty of action rolling on after lunchtime today, but for now we focus our attention on the MSBK 1000 as they come around for the sighting lap before they form up on the grid, and we'll have the thunderous sound of the MSBK 1000 machineries. And I can tell you in person, these bikes are very, very loud. So if you guys are anywhere nearby Selang or KL, do come down to the Sepang International Circuit. Entrance is free. You guys can enjoy some enticing action coming up all throughout the day. Now, looking at the weather has been playing around with this in our minds. There's been rain all around the area except for at the circuit, which has proved to give us some really good racing because we have some dry but cool weather, which means the tires are suffering much less. Now the riders have arrived at turn 15 and they'll be coming around and forming up on the grid for the start of a 10-lap race of the MSBK 1000 category. Now we just wait for the riders to get into their respective positions before the lights go on to start the procedure of the race start. You see that Azlan Shah sounds right in a massive wheelie, trying to get into the mood for the race. Now we just wait for the remaining riders to arrive at the back there into the positions. Safety car as well has just arrived here on grid. Green flag is waved. The riders wait for the 4 lights to come on, and when they go off, they will take off. And for now, red lights on, bikes revving, and they're off now. Looks like Azlan Shah, great stuff from him, and Ahmad Daniel Haikal as well. And it looks like Kasma Daniel had a bit of a fumble at the start there. He's not had the greatest one, but here comes the Azlan Shah and Ahmad Daniel Haikal. Kasma right at the back of Daniel Haikal now. Osama as well, he's gotten a good start. Looks like Rajini, got a bit wide, and Osama, he's going to get into 4th. Oh, Rajini blocks him off at the 2nd turn. But it looks like Azlan Shah, he's pulling away a little bit. Kasma's going to have to make his way past Ahmad and Haikal soon if he doesn't want Azlan Shah to get that gap ahead. And it looks like Kasma, will he make the move at turn 4? And he's not close enough. This is a bit different now from race 1. Can these two hold him up? It looks like Kasma, he's got it on the exit and just walks past Ahmad Daniel Haikal, gets in front of him, and now he has to hunt down Azlan Shah. This is a big task at hand for the BMW riders. Can they hold off the charge? And it looks like Kasma already, he's closed the gap between himself and the man in first, Azlan Shah.
Permulaan yang baik ditunjukkan oleh Azlan Shah Kamal Zaman dan juga Ahmad Daniel Haikal dengan Kasma ketinggalan sedikit tadi di awal perlumbaan. Namun kita menuju ke bahagian yang kedua, South Track antara bangsa Sepang ini, dan Kasma telah melepasi Ahmad Daniel Haikal dan sekarang ini berada di belakang Azlan Shah Kamal Zaman. Bagaimana Azlan akan awal sangat untuk nak cakap mengenai bagaimana dia nak menutup ruang untuk menghalang Kasma, kerana Kasma ternyata memang sangat pantas, sangat laju dengan jenteranya yang ditunjukkannya semalam, dan sekarang dia terikat di belakang Azlan di awal perlumbaan menuju ke Selekoh turn 15 dengan Azlan berada di depan dan semalam Kasma mendahului dari awal sampai ke gasan penamat, tapi kali ini Azlan yang mengambil lap pertama selaku yang berada di tempat yang pertama dan Kasma tempat yang kedua. Tapi ini sangat awal kerana Kasma semalam kita lihat as perlumbaan berlangsung, dia mendapat kelajuan yang lebih walaupun dia seorang. Semalam saya dah katakan sewaktu ulasan, walaupun dia perseorangan, tidak ada pelumba yang ditekanan dari belakang, tidak ada pelumba yang perlu dikejar di depan, tapi dia sentiasa konsisten dengan catatan masanya dan melakukan masa yang terpantas semalam sewaktu perlumbaan. Jadi itu menunjukkan bahawa tiada tekanan pada dirinya pun. Kasma berjaya untuk menangani perlumbaan 2:07.831, catatan masa yang dilakukannya terbaik semalam sewaktu perlumbaan, dan sekarang ini dia mengejar kedudukan Azlan Shah bersama yang berada di tempat yang pertama.
It looks like in race 2 is being much better for Azlan Shah. He's been able to keep the lead for now. But Kasma, he is on the charge. He's got the fastest first sector. And Ahmadiyya Haikal again, much faster top speed than the rest in the top 5. But I think that with that much power, I think I noticed that he's been struggling at the exits because the usable power that you have on the exit is not as much, because he's going to have struggles in having the grip there. It looks like quite the battle here between Muhammad Shukri and Kuchi Yen. Sama Marai, he's in front of the pair of riders. They're trying to keep up with the likes of Asama. For now, it looks like Muhammad Shukri is still trying to make the pass on Kuchi Yen, but is unable to get close enough on this lap at turn 9. For now, Kasma Daniel fastest through sector 1 and 2. Here at the front, looks like Kasma has made the move on Azlan Shah, and now it's down to Azlan whether he can close the gap. Looks like Kasma still has the edge on every sector. It's just hard for Azlan to keep up, but so far he's doing a much better job than in race 1. And for now, he's going to get a good slipstream into turn 15. He's going to keep that gap very small. Looks like he's trying to line up a move, but just can't make it past. So Kasma's just too strong on the brakes. And it's really
nampaklah cuba termasuk bagian dalam, tetapi seperti yang saya katakan tadi, terlalu laju untuk dan masuk di bahagian dalam untuk memintas, dan sekarang ini terpulang pada Azlan untuk mengikori Kasma dan mendapatkan ruang untuk memintas jika dia dapat pada striking distance untuk dia lakukan. Tapi buat masa ini seperti semalam yang kita saksikan, Kasma memiliki kelebihan dengan jenteranya terlalu laju di depan yang sukar untuk dikejar oleh lain-lain pelumba, termasuk Azlan Shah sendiri yang ketinggalan jauh di belakang. Dan sekarang kita boleh melihat Kasma mula menjarakkan diri, melarikan diri di hadapan untuk dapatkan healthy lead untuk tempat yang pertama, sementara Daniel Haikal di tempat yang ketiga. Inilah kumpulan E, mengikori sahaja kedudukan dua pelumba di hadapannya. Tidak ada pressure kepada pelumba ini dari belakang, dan tumpuan dan untuk memberikan tumpuan ke depan, melihat di mana kedudukan Azlan Shah bersama untuk mengejar.
Daniel Haikal, he's like I mentioned before, whenever he has faster riders in front of him, he's able to try and follow their lap times, and he's done a really spectacular job so far. He lapped a 209.1 on that previous lap, and it's showing that he's improving every race. And for now, the gap is big, but he's managing to maintain that gap between him and the front two. But for now, Kasma again fastest through sector 2, and he's still faster through sector 1 than the likes of Azlan Shah or Ahmadiyya Haikal. So it looks like Kasma is just going to build this lead as every lap progresses. He doesn't have to take a risk. He knows that he can do 207s, but doing a low 208, it's enough to extend that lead that he already has. And for now, at the back end of this grid, the B group's having an interesting mix now. All the riders are more or less bunched up in the same sector. It looks like Muhammad Shukri, he's under threat by Kuchi Yen. Apologies, that's Joe Yujo that's behind him, one of the other Suzukis. And it looks like Joe Yujo, he's trying to line up a move there at 11, but he's just unable to make it past Muhammad Shukri. And for now, they go down into turn 14. Muhammad Shukri still having that advantage. He's trying to catch up to the likes of the other Suzuki Kuchi Yen in front of him. It looks like Osama Mare for now has got them at bay. He's not really pulling that much further ahead, but he's in a comfortable lead ahead of them for now. Kasma came across on that lap with a 207.727. Azlan Shah setting his fastest lap of the weekend at 208.0. So Azlan Shah has not given up on this fight. Perhaps something has gone much more his way in terms of the setup. For now, here comes the Suzuki of Teo Yu Jo, and he makes it across on the straight. That Suzuki's top speed is just that much faster, but Muhammad Shukri, he's trying to close the gap.
Ini adalah persaingan dalam kumpulan B yang berada di belakang Teo Yu Jo dan juga Ku Chijen nombor 66 dengan Muhammad Shukri Muhammad Zoki nombor 88. Perebutan di hadapan dalam kumpulan ini, sementara di depannya adalah 44 Osama Mariai. Jadi ini yang agak rapat dari depan, agak jauh, kerana Kasma Dena melakukan 2 jahatan terpantas dalam 2 sektor yang pertama. Dan di belakang ini perebutan yang kita ada battle untuk kumpulan B sekarang ini. Kucien rapat dengan Shukri Mat Zoki, dan satu lagi TV Jin Michael Stone juga rapat di belakang Raja Nazim Iskandar. Teo Yu Jo 0 + 1 saat di belakang Shukri Mat Zoki. Shukri Mat Zoki pula 1 saat di belakang Kucien. Ini perebutan yang kita sedang saksikan. Mereka berada di belakang Osama Mariai. Jadi ini adalah 66 dan 88 serta 16 oleh Teo Yu Jo. Sekarang yang berada di depan adalah Kucien dengan Teo yang telah melepasi Muhammad Shukri Muhammad Zoki yang ketinggalan sekarang ini, dan Teo Yu Jo masuk untuk menambah tempat di hadapan antara Kasma yang lakukan masa 2:07.727 saat. Itulah cara terpantas Kasma dalam perlombaan setakat ini. Sementara tempat kita berikan pada battle antara 3 pelumba dengan Muhammad Shukri Muhammad Zoki ketinggalan di hadapan antara Kucien dan Teo Yu Jo. Masih lagi Kucien yang berada di depan. Teo Yu Jo nombor 16 mengikorinya. Mereka sampai ke turn 15 sekarang untuk masuk pada tempat kami duduk. Ini dapat kita lihat di luar semakin mendung. Dan kita ada 6 lap lagi untuk habiskan dalam perlombaan ini. Ada 6 pusingan untuk mereka cuba secara battle masih lagi teruskan di antara Kucien dan Teo Yu Jo serta Muhammad Shukri Mat Zoki. Ini perebutan untuk tempat yang ke-6 dan tempat yang kedua dalam kumpulan B, kerana Osama Mariai yang berada di hadapan dalam kumpulan B ini, dia meninggalkan di belakang gap 2.5 saat. Tapi di belakangnya ada battle antara mereka bertiga, dan ini memberikan kelebihan kepada Osama Mariai untuk dia memperbaiki atau mengekalkan kedudukannya di hadapan dalam kumpulan B.
Yeah, right now there's a big battle here with Teo Yu Jo. He goes on the inside of Kucien and he makes it past that turn 4. But can Kucien bite back as he come into turn 5? Not close enough. Looks like Teo Yu Jo, he has the advantage, and now he's gonna have his eyes on the Yamaha YZF R1 in front of him. It is quite a bit of a gap, but he can still have the time to match that pace and reel him in, because he did a 17.1 whereas Osama did a 16.9, so the time difference is not much at all, and he's still very much capable of reeling the R1 in. And look at that, the gap already from Teo Yu Jo to to Kucien. It looks like Muhammad Shukri is trying to make that move on the inside of Kucien, but just unable to again at turn 9. It looks like Muhammad Shukri is always nearby into the space of being able to make the maneuver, but just unable to get in deep on the brakes enough to make that inside line. For now, we're just looking at this battle between these two riders for the B group. Muhammad Shukri now closing the gap on turn 12 and 13, and nearly there. Nearly made on the inside of 13, but now he has to try and line up for the back straight. He gets behind Kucien. He's going to get good slipstream in. Oh, Michael Luke Stone has crashed out here. I think this is somewhere at turn 11 by the looks of it, or turn 10. So it's an unfortunate exit now for Michael Luke Stone. Yeah, I can see that in the body language, he looks really unhappy and sad that he's out of this race for now, but nevertheless, we focus our attention back to the front straight. And Muhammad Shukri again, as close as ever, but just unable to make that move. And Teo Yu Jo, he's come across with his best lap of the race, 2:16.9. Osama Mariai, looks like Nick Mahmoud, he's crashed out as well. It was an incident between himself and Michael Luke Stone, because they were more or less at the same part of the track. It looks like Nick Hadi, he's down on the ground, so I don't know whether he's perhaps received an injury due to that incident. But for now, it looks like Teo Yujo, he's hunting down Osama Mariai. It looks like he's gotten the faster lap on the previous lap with the 16.9.
Ya, Nick Hadi nampaknya kali kedua dia dapat memenangkan perlumbaan kerana dia juga DNF semalam dalam perlumbaan yang pertama. Sementara kita masih lagi berikan tumpuan dalam kumpulan B persaingan di antara pelumba ini Muhammad Syukri Marzoki yang sekarang ni berada di belakang Coach Yen kerana Teo Yujo yang tadi telah pun berada di depan di belakang Osama Mariai. Sekarang soalannya, dapatkah dia mengejar Osama Mariai yang sekarang kita lihat ini jarak antara kedua pelumba. Ini adalah perebutan dalam kumpulan B kerana dalam kumpulan A Kasma jauh meninggalkan lain-lain pelumba masih menantikan untuk sampai Azlan Syakam Zaman. Gap 2.3 saat antara Kasma dan Azlan. Not so bad kalau bandingkan semalam. Pada ketika ini dia telah pun dalam 11-10 saat di hadapan. Jadi ini 2.3 saat, maksudnya Azlan dapat untuk berikannya mencabaran kepada Kasma, walaupun Kasma sekarang ini berada jauh di depan dengan best time 2.07.727. Di belakang kita lihat Osama Maria yang sekarang ini masih lagi tempat yang pertama. Kembali di depan kita lihat Kasma Daniel dan Azlan Syakam Zaman. Azlan terus berikan cabaran, terus berikan untuk mengejar Kasma Daniel, walaupun jarak kita lihat semakin lebar antara kedua pelumba ini, antara Kasma dan Azlan Syakam Zaman. Sementara Ahmad dan Haikal tinggalan lebih jauh di belakang. Jadi kali itu pulang pada Azlan, kecederaan Zakwan pada perlumbaan kali ini, dan menyaksikan Kasma Daniel diberikan cabaran oleh Azlan Syakam Zaman. Semalam waktu ini ketinggalan dalam lebih kurang 8 saat, silap saya, ketika para perlumbaan berbaki 4 pusingan lagi akan tamat. Tapi pada kedudukan ini nampak sukar untuk lagi.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a tough job for Azlan Shah right now to reel back Kasma, but I must say in regards to lap times, he's doing a much better job. He's lapping within the mid to higher 2:08, but it's been good because the gap between himself and Kasma is only within 2.5 seconds. So this can be progression for him in race 3, perhaps if they can find a different setup or improve on what's missing or what's lacking, I should say, for Azlan Shah's bike. Maybe they can close the gap further in race 3 and he can have a proper fight till the end for the win, to become for first position in the MSBK 1000 category. Because for now, Kasma still looks dominant and he's still lapping in the lower 2:08. For now, looking down the order is Ahmad Daniel Haikal. He started to lap in the 2:10s after he lost sight of Azlan Shah's bike. He's still doing a top job. He's only 8 seconds behind on the previous lap. But just as we said just now, the gap wasn't much between Kasma to Azlan. Now it's increased to 4.3 seconds, and even for Ahmad Daniel Haikal, it's increased to 12 seconds. So that is consistency, because Kasma has just done a 2:07.7. But on that lap, Azlan as well did a 2:08.0. So they're both consistently fast, but
ya, tapi catatan Azlan tidak dapat untuk rapat dengan catatan Kasma. Walaupun Azlan catatan masanya 2:08.069 tu adalah lebih jauh baik daripada semalam yang dilakukan 2:09.255. Tapi selagi apabila Azlan agak konsisten dengan catatan masanya, tapi Kasma lebih laju di depan. Kita berikan tumpuan kepada Teo Yujo kerana ini adalah battle di Lita. Untuk dia mengejar Osama Mariai bagi tempat pertama dalam kumpulan B. Dia semakin hampir. Perbezaan antara Osama dengan Teo sebelum ini adalah 1.4 saat. Sekarang bagaimana? 1.1 saat. Jadi dia semakin merapatkan jurang. Jadi ada jurang gap semakin rapat antara Teo Yujo dan Osama Mariai yang sekarang ini tugas untuk Osama bertahan dari Teo Yujo yang semakin hampir. Teo Yujo berlumba dengan baik pada hari ini. Dia tadi battle dengan CYQ dan dia berjaya untuk lepas CYQ dengan Syukri Marzoki, dan sekarang ini mengejar Osama Mariai, dan ada lagi dalam 2.5 pusingan untuk dia lakukan. Ada masa lagi untuk Teo Yujo kerana dia sentiasa memperbaiki catatan masa dia. Terpantas di sektor yang pertama secara peribadi catatan terbaiknya. Di sektor yang pertama maksudnya dia semakin laju depan, catatan masanya yang terbaik 2:16.484 berbanding 2:16.752 oleh Osama. Tadi dilakukan 2:16.484 berbanding dengan Osama 2:16.752. Dia semakin pantas daripada Osama dan semakin hampir di belakang Osama.
Yeah, it looks like Joe once again in sector 2 as well. He's reduced it. On each sector, he's reduced it by nearly 0.2 seconds. So that gap is shrinking now, and Osama's going to feel the pressure. He's going to hear the Suzuki Gixxer right behind him, and there we go. Joe right on the back wheel of Osama Mariai. And it looks like that move will be coming at any time soon. Joe looking very strong at the fast flowy bits. Osama just seems stronger on the exits, but where it matters, it seems, is Joe who has that advantage. And now we're just looking for that third sector, because that's going to be a big difference now. You see, Osama now, he's pulled it slightly further, but Joe is very strong down on the part of turn 14, as we saw in the past few laps. And here he closes it again. And in terms of third sector timing, Joe again faster by 0.2 seconds than Osama Mariai. I think he's going to line up this move on the coming lap, because it's the last lap that will be coming on as after this one that they cross the flag. Apologies. For now, it's turn 15 between Osama and Joe, and they come across the line now. Still the same position that they were in the last lap, but that gap has decreased.
Nah, Osama sudah di belakangnya. Ada pelumba yang mengikuti, dan rapat ini adalah battle antara Osama dan Joe di antara Suzuki yang menunggang Suzuki GSX R1000R dengan Yamaha R1 yang ditunggang oleh Osama Mariai. Dan ini adalah Kucien yang ketinggalan sedikit di tempat yang ketiga, tapi dia agak tenang di hadapan Muhammad Syukri Matzoki. Itulah penentuan tempat ketiga dalam kumpulan B ini. Lihat gap yang dia ditinggalkan oleh Joe 8.2 saat sekarang. Joe dia dalam race memang semakin baik berbanding dengan semalam, dan dia ada lagi masa sebenarnya, kerana pada second distance yang ada ini nampak seperti Osama cuba untuk lari adakan gap, tapi Joe tidak saya mengejar. Mereka ada 1.5 lap lagi cuba untuk lakukan, seperti Daniel katakan tadi, maybe turn 15 last lap akan menentukan.
Yeah, one thing that Joe has to do is really plan this carefully, because the Suzuki seems to have a bit of an edge, especially in terms of power. So he's going to have to make sure that he lines it up just so that Osama can't bite back in the mid of the corner. But for now, Joe, he's maintaining that gap between himself and Osama, and it looks like Osama's unable to really extend the gap. It's been the same since we started this lap. But it looks like Joe, with each sector, they've either matched each other's sector time, or Joe has been that much faster. And even in lap times on the previous lap, Osama did a 2:17.0, but Joe did a 2:16.5.
11 second Kasbar di depan Azlan, walaupun tadi dia agak perlahan.
Yeah, that's interesting, because there's an issue with Kasman's bike. There is an issue with Kasman's bike. Kasman then has an issue with his bike.
And this is the last lap.
On the last lap especially, yeah.
Dan Azlan semakin mengejar. Adakah dia sengaja memperlahankan kerana dia jauh di depan, atau tapi nampak seperti dia lihat ke bawah, melihat pada motosikalnya.
He was looking at his right foot back, and he's looking back now. I think there's a shake of the head. Something is wrong with Kasman Denner's bike. Something is not going well for him. So this is Azlan Shah has arrived at right behind Kasma. On this lap it was 11 seconds, and Azlan's right behind Kasma now. So something's really wrong with Kasma's bike. And Azlan Shah, he's just gonna walk past Kasma now. And Azlan Shah is in the lead of the race for the MSBK 1000 race 2. What a change this has been now.
Ya, kerana tadi kita lihat bagaimana Kasma ada 11.3 saat berada di depan Azlan, tapi Azlan berjaya meminta sekarang ini, dan sekarang ini Ahmad Daniel Haikal juga semakin hampir dengan Kasma. Kasma semakin perlahan, nampak je Ahmad Daniel Haikal yang semakin hampir, tapi Azlan akan sampai ke selekoh turn 15. Azlan melihat di mana, menjeling sikit melihat pada Kasma, dan Azlan akan sampai ke penamat untuk menangi perlombaan. Dan sekarang ini tempat 2 dan 3 antara Daniel Haikal dan juga Kasma, tapi Kasma sampai terlebih dahulu untuk tempat yang kedua. Ahmad Daniel Haikal tidak tahu apa yang berlaku pada jentera Kasma, kerana Kasma 11 second 11 saat di depan, satu jarak yang sangat jauh di depan Adlan Shah sewaktu masuk di lap yang terakhir ini.
Kasma there raising his hand at, Azlan raising his hand at Kasma, wondering what happened there because it looked almost impossible that Azlan was going to win this race, and the impossible happened.
Ya, dan Adlan. Tapi di mana kedudukan Osama dan Teo Yujo yang kita tinggalkan tadi, kerana mereka bersaing untuk tempat pertama dan kedua. Ini dia. Masih lagi Osama tahankan kedudukan depan, tapi nampaknya ada jarak sedikit di antara Osama dan Teo Yujo. Teo Yujo perlu untuk mengejar sekarang ni long straight line menuju ke turn 15, tapi jarak yang agak jauh.
He compromised exit for corner speed on that turn 14, and that's why he didn't get a good drive, and that's where Osama just managed to pull away, and it looks like it's not going to happen this time with Teo Yujo. The gap is just too much. He was faster in the first and second sector, but every time it came to the exit, Osama was just that much stronger. And it looks like Osama will be victorious for the MSBK 1000B category. Teo Yujo in second place. Let's see what happened to Kasma's bike. We're going to get a replay here now. And here's at turn 4. Now, it looks like... Oh dear, it looks like he just went straight, and perhaps an issue with the gears. That's why he had no power. I think he's unable to shift, because that's why when he exited, he just
Kita
had
boleh nampak gap yang jauh dengan Azlan. Sangat jauh di belakang tadi. Yang lebih penting di atas sana.
Look at the rain clouds.
Ya, kita nampak dia melihat ke bawah, melihat ke belakang, dan mungkin dia lost power ketika itu. Dan ini dalam perlumbaan, Daniel, peringatan untuk semua, dan sebab dalam perlumbaan sampai kesan penamat baru menentukan kerana apa saja boleh berlaku. Walaupun tadi dia lihat ada healthy lead 11 second di depan. Adlan Shah menang tempat yang pertama, Kasma Daniel tempat yang kedua, Ahmad Daniel Haikal tempat yang ketiga, Rajini Krishnan yang keempat dalam kumpulan A. Kumpulan B tempat yang kelima, Osama Mariai dia tempat pertama kumpulan B. 6 Teo Yujo, dan ke-7 Ko Chi Yen, 8 Masyukri Madzoki, 9 Nazib Iskandar, 10 Tewi Jin.
Oh dear, that is really dramatic there for Kasma. So it looks like his tire just got completely ripped off. And now I'm really wondering what's happened there, because the Dunlop boys are going to have to really figure out what has gone wrong with Kasma Daniel's tire.
Yep, nampak memang kerosakan yang agak teruk pada tayar dia, dan memberikan kemenangan kepada Azlan Shah kawan zaman yang sentiasa. Kasma tunjuk apa yang berlaku pada jentera dia, kepada Azlan. Kerana kita nampak tadi tiba-tiba dia perlahan dan melihat di belakang. Mungkin ketika itu he realized that something is wrong with the bike. He lost grip perhaps.
It must have happened at turn 3, because that's the right side of his tire, and at turn 4 is where he just couldn't get the bike slowed down. So wow, it's lucky for Kasma that his tire didn't explode or pop. So he managed to do the cameraman getting a good shot at this, both of them. But yeah, because that is bizarre. What happened to the tire there, and yeah, thank God Kasma made it back safely, and he did finish with a good chunk of points. 20 points for him on this race.
Yeah.
So for now, we're just Kasma debriefing with his team, because everyone's wondering what has happened there. None of us expected Kasma to drop from an 11-second lead. But for now, we'll head down to Nasha shortly at Park Fermi, where she'll interview our race winners.
Okey, Azlan Shah, tanya sekali lagi untuk memenangi perlumbaan hari ini. So, cerita sikit pasal perlumbaan hari ini.
Okey, Nasha. Agak exciting juga. Memang saya dah cuba keep pace dengan Kasma, tapi Kasma agak laju lagi daripada saya, and saya cuba try keep the pace. So sebab semalam saya constant 9 je, hari ni saya try constant 8. But in the end, ada 4 lap akhir tu motor saya problem. Bila on the straight dia macam sempur-sempur, so tak sangka lah Kasma bagi saya menang ini hari. Saya jumpa dia dekat turn 12 ke 13 tadi. So terima kasih Kasma, and ada race yang nombor 3, hopefully kita dapat fight and dapat repair motor apa yang problem dan kita enjoy lagi sekali one more race.
Terima kasih Azlan dan tahniah sekali lagi.
Okey, tamat pergi perlumbaan MSBK 1000 dan tamat untuk perlumbaan di sebelah pagi ini. Dan tapi sebelum kita berehat, seketika kita akan berikan tumpuan kepada podium yang akan berlangsung sebentar nanti untuk MSBK 1000. MSBK 1000 podium yang akan kita saksikan sebentar saja lagi. Tapi itulah nampak di hujung sana, Daniel. Cuaca awan mendung. Dan ini yang akan merisaukan sikit kita untuk perlumbaan ke jam 2 petang nanti. Perlumbaan akan berlangsung. Okey, kita ke podium terlebih dahulu. Untuk MSBK 1000.
Dari pasukan MME Racing Team. Tempat yang kedua dimenangi oleh Kasma Yudin dari pasukan YAMAHA General Racing Team Asia. Dan pemenang untuk perlombaan yang kedua dimenangi oleh Azlan Shah Kamal Zaman dari pasukan Horizon Racing Team.
Azlan Shah Kamal Zaman menangi perlumbaan, dan yang penting dalam perlumbaan untuk sentiasa memberikan tekanan dan sentiasa memberikan terbaikkan apa sahaja yang berlaku dalam perlumbaan. Encik Azhan Syafriman Hanif, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Sepang International Circuit, menyampaikan trofi kemenangan pada Ahmad Daniel Haikal, tempat yang ketiga, yang dia juga hampir-hampir dapat mengejar Kasma tadi jika tidak terlalu jauh. Kasma tempat yang kedua kali ini, dan Azlan Shah Kamal Zaman berjaya memenangi perlumbaan.
Berikan tepukan kepada kesemua pemenang untuk perlombaan MSBK 1000cc perlombaan yang kedua, dan tahniah sekali lagi diucapkan kepada
podium Kasma Daniel Kasma Yudin, Azlan Shah Kamal Zaman, Ahmad Daniel Haikal.
Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Sepang International.
Ready saja. Tengok Abang Mat. Angkat tinggi sikit.
Okey, tamat perlumbaan yang kedua bagi pusingan yang pertama untuk Malaysia Superbike Championship Round 1 ini. Kita saksikan 3 perlumbaan tadi, MSBK 250, MSBK 600, MSBK 1000. Dan kita akan berehat seketika. Kita boleh makan terlebih dahulu. Kemudian kita akan bertemu kembali pada jam 2 petang nanti untuk kita sama-sama saksikan bagi perlumbaan yang ketiga pusingan yang pertama Malaysia Superbike Championship. Kita jumpa nanti pada jam 2 petang.